Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, ki mā taratara ki tai. E he ake ana, te atakura, he tiu, he huka, he hauhu, te hei mauri ora. Mōrena everyone, and welcome to our first meeting of the Komiti mō te Whakarite Mahere, te Taiao me ngā Papa Rēhia, Planning, Environment and Parks Committee. Welcome to all the members. Welcome to obviously our Deputy Chair, Angela Dalton, and our staff here at the table, Megan, Sandra and Duncan. And I just want to first go to our members of the Independent Māori Statutory Board. You may know both of them, or you may know neither of them, but I thought it would be a good opportunity for them to briefly introduce themselves. Maybe go Member Ashby first.
Thank you, Chair. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Edward Ashby toko ingoa. Mōrena everyone. I'm proud to be a first term IMSB rep on behalf of the Tamaki Waiahua Rupu, and my mahi, my day job is with Te Kawerau Āmaki. So I look forward to working with you all in the coming months and years. Kia ora.
Kia ora and welcome, Member Ashby. Member Herane.
Kia ora. I'm Tau Henare for those of you who don't know me, and I'm Tau Henare for those of you who do know me. I've been here what seems like a lifetime. Good to see some old colleagues from another time and another place. Morris, how are you? Another planet. Yeah, so we'll get into it and we'll have fun over the next 3 years.
Kia ora, thank you, Member Henare. Just want to reflect on the committee. Obviously, it is a very important committee, huge workload. Want to acknowledge Councillors Philippina and Councillor Darby for all their work on many of the work programs within this committee over the last number of years. Obviously, for me, the big focus is around planning our city for future generations. Climate change, the fact we are facing a massive climate crisis and we must lead as a city, as every other city around the world is doing. Our environment and community and everything else that is part of this committee, I'm sure I'll be waiting and listening and hearing your priorities and want to weave those things in. From a procedural point of view, we will be looking more at the work program early next year, and I'd love to have all your feedback into that. And as a chair, I will be doing my best to help the meetings move forward and positively. If you feel I ever make an unfair decision or I'm not giving you enough time or questions, etc., I'd like to hear that either directly from you or maybe through a colleague or through one of the staff quite soon after that meeting, so then we can address that. I would prefer to make sure I know if you feel like you're not having a fair say. Right, so thank you very much. We'll go straight to the apologies. We have quite a number of apologies. We have absence from Councillor Desley Simpson on council business.
Do you want to use the screen just
all right.
Things changed?
Right, sorry. We have Deputy Mayor Simpson on council business. Councillor Greg Sayers has had a dentist appointment, so he cannot make it today. We wish him well. The lateness on council business, we have Councillor Bartley, Mayor Wayne Brown on council business. Councillor Fletcher is here, so she's not late. So we just remove that. And we have early departure, Councillor Baker on council business, Mayor Wayne Brown on council business, Councillor Mike Lee on council business, and Independent Māori Statutory Board member Ashby will be leaving about 3:45.
Mr. Chairman, I need to leave at the latest by 4 p.m. I'm hopeful that the meeting will be concluded, but I do have to leave at 4.
I'm hopeful of that too. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Right, could I have a mover for that? Councillor Walker, and a seconder, Councillor Leone. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Perfect. Now we move to the accepting electronic attendance with Councillor Foley and Councillor Henderson. And Councillor Walker can move, and Councillor Deputy Chair Dalton will second. All those in favour? Perfect, thank you. Welcome to those members online. Right, we've done that. Are there any declarations, members? No. Confirmations of the minutes. We don't have any minutes. This is the first meeting of the term. No petitions. There is no public input. I had two requests for input from local boards on Plan Change 78. Both of these requests have been declined under Standing Order 6.2.3C as the item has a separate public hearings process and consultation attached to it, and there's also a separate mechanism to receive formal feedback from local boards, which we provided to the hearings panel. Local boards will consider a report in December which requests formal feedback on Plan Change 78 and will appoint a local board member to speak to the local board views at the hearing next year. Thank you. I don't need to move that, do I? Right, extraordinary items. We did have a request come to me yesterday or the night before from Councillor Lee around recreational helicopter activity in urban residential areas. We didn't feel it met the threshold of extraordinary items, but I have said to Councillor Lee that he is welcome to have a couple minutes to explain his view on the item and his preference. And I might get, we're going to get Warren or Megan to respond. Did you want Warren to come to the table or just?
No, that's fine. Member Lee.
We'll get Councillor Lee to give his, this is slightly outside of standing orders, so we're not debating what Councillor Lee's having, but I want him to have his say on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and greetings. Good morning, everyone, and greetings to our colleagues from the Independent Māori Statutory Board, Tēnā kōrua. First of all, Mr. Chairman, congratulations on your appointment to this very important committee. I'm sure a person of your energy will handle the job very well. So congratulations again. Thank you for your forbearance in allowing me to present this issue to the committee as an extraordinary item. I take your guidance that it's not appropriate for me to actually formally table a resolution at this meeting, but with your consent I will foreshadow what I will move, God willing, when this item comes up as a formal agenda item. It relates to the concerns of the local communities in Aotea, Great Barrier, on Waiheke Island, and in the Waitemata, Auckland Central Ward. And it relates to helicopter landing pads, of which there have been quite a few lately, and which, as I think an officer reports indicates, are very unpopular with the local community because of the adverse effects, especially noise, both in the urban environment and, if you like, the peri-urban island residential environment. So we know that the local boards tabled formal resolutions in December 2021 requesting action, some of them preferring that helicopter landing pads become a prohibited activity, and we have had a staff officer report and response, and we've had an opinion piece from Senior Manager Megan Tyler. That action was on the way, but that was in June or July last year. And so what I intend to foreshadow very briefly, in response to the formal resolutions by the Waitemata Local Board, Waiheke Island Local Board, and Aotea Great Barrier Local Boards, in respect of the management of helicopter activity, the committee requests that staff proceed with plan changes to the Auckland Unitary Plan and the Haureki Gulf Island District Plan to give relief to those concerns, including consideration of making recreational helicopter landing pads a prohibited activity. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Kia ora, Councillor Lee, thank you. And I'll just have a brief update from Megan, and then we'll move on. Thank you for that important issue, Councillor Lee.
Through the Chair, kia ora Councillor Lee, appreciate that. So there were some, as a result of those resolutions from those local boards, the Planning Committee in the last term in May resolved to request staff to do a bunch of work leading up to a set of options about what could be done or should be done around the helicopter matter. So the teams have been working hard. We've been working with our resource consents colleagues and our compliance colleagues. So we are we've gathered information to understand the issue, and we will report early next year. I'm not quite sure when, but I will give an update as soon as I can. We'll report back to this committee with some options, which may include a plan change. There may be other things, and you'll have an opportunity to make a decision then. What I would like to offer through the chair is just a quick update memo to all of the committee members. We'll send it to the local boards as well as to where we're at and what the next steps are. Mr. Chair, that might be helpful for you. Thanks.
Cool. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Right. And we move on to, item, there are no notices of motion. And on to item 8, the Resource Management Reform, Natural and Built Environment Bill and Spatial Planning Bill. We have Karen and Amber will come up. Thank you very much. Maybe you just want to introduce yourselves and your roles and the what we are debating today on this agenda item. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou, kua hui hui mai nei. E mihi ana ki ngā mana whenua o Tāmaki Makaurau. Ko Amber Dunn tuku ingoa, no te tai rāwhiti ahau. Ko te aitanga hauati, te whānau apanui, nai tā manuhiri te iwi. E mahi ana Auhei, Principal Strategic Advisor, Strategic Advice Unit o Te Kaunihere o Tāmaki Makaurau. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. Greetings to everybody that is here today. I acknowledge the mana whenua of Tāmaki Makaurau. I am Amber Dunn, a Principal Strategic Advisor with the Strategic Advice Unit. I am from the coast upon which the sun shines, Te Tairāwhiti and Gisborne. Myself and Karen Kirk are leading Auckland Council's response on the resource management system reform. Karen is leading on the spatial planning bill and I'm leading on the natural and built environment bill. This reform is a substantial matter. We've got 806 pages in the natural and built environment bill and we have 58 pages in the spatial planning bill. So I just want to say tēnā koe to His Worship the Mayor and tēnā koe to the Chair, Councillor Hills. This is a substantial reform to the way that we do environmental protection. These two bills, the spatial planning bill and the natural and built environment bill, together cover environmental protection, land use planning, and how we enable growth and development. Our presentation is a really condensed version of this 864 pages. And in it, we want to cover the key parts of the new system, the main shifts or changes that we see, and any issues and impacts or significant shifts for Auckland Council that have been identified to date.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Karen Kirk tōku ingoa. I'm also a Principal Strategic Advisor in the Strategic Advice Unit. Basically today we're seeking approval to prepare a submission to the government, or the Select Committee in this case, and we're also looking for delegated approval to sign off the final submission, given that we have really tight timeframes. The deadline for submissions is the 30th of January, which also happens to be Auckland Anniversary Day. However, I'm pleased to say the Chair has requested an extension from the Chair of the Select Committee. If we move on to the next slide. Oh, can I do it? I don't know how to do it. So as Amber said, this is quite a substantial piece of legislation. Basically, the government is looking to repeal the current Resource Management Act and replace it with 3 new acts, a Natural and Built Environment Act, a Spatial Planning Act, and a Climate Adaptation Act. Now, the Climate Adaptation Act is on a slower pace. We're not expecting to see that until mid-2023. However, the government has introduced the Natural and Built Environment Bill and the Spatial Planning Bill to Parliament, and it's been referred to the Environment Select Committee, who are now seeking submissions. This has been quite a long journey. It began with the Randerson's panel review in 2019. They made a series of recommendations that have largely been adopted by the government. The government released a very short first draft of the Natural and Built Environment Bill in 2021, but a lot of the detail was missing, and we noted that in our council submission. So we now have an opportunity to comment on those matters now. And then late last year, Ministry for the Environment released a discussion document on the key components of the new resource management system, and the feedback was intended to inform the current bills. I should say Council made quite extensive submissions on each of these reports and bills, and these are available on Kotahi. This just gives a brief overview of how the new system is intended to work. Basically, the two bills are designed to act in tandem. The Natural and Built Environment Bill introduces a new national planning framework, which will basically consolidate all the existing national policy statements and national environmental standards into the one document. But we're also looking at new chapters on new topics. For example, we know they're preparing one on infrastructure, and we're expecting some content on natural hazards. We'll probably see that in 2024. Basically, the Natural and Built Environment Plan is a new plan, and it will replace the current Auckland Unitary Plan, but over time. Basically, the Natural and Built Environment Plan and the new Regional Spatial Strategy will be developed by a new Regional Planning Committee. And this is a key difference with the current situation. Basically, plans won't be developed by Council, but Council and iwi will have representatives on that joint Regional Planning Committee. The Spatial Planning Bill introduces a new requirement for a regional spatial strategy. This will replace the current Auckland Plan 2050 over time, which also incorporates the development strategy. These spatial strategies will be supported by new implementation plans and optional implementation agreements, and both are non-binding. And basically, the government aims to simplify the system by having one regional spatial strategy and one NBE plan per region. But as I said, we've already got the Auckland Plan and the Auckland Unitary Plan. It's also seeking to strengthen legal linkages between plans, and this is something Council has supported in the past. I'll now pass on to Amber, who will talk about some of the key shifts and implications for Council.
Yes, we've got 6 key shifts that we're seeing in the new system. Karen's already mentioned the regional planning committees. Essentially, they are going to become the stewards of the plan-making process. They will be made up of local government representatives and iwi hapu members. Their essential role is to develop the regional spatial strategies and the natural and built environment plans. They're essentially a new independent statutory body, and they will be hosted by Auckland Council, and Auckland Council will be required to fund them. The 2 key matters that we've identified in the new system is that when we shift plan making to another entity. We're separating it from the funding and financing of what's in those plans. And it is vital that we ensure that Auckland Council is able to fund and deliver the projects in the regional spatial strategy, which will have priority actions. It's really important that we connect up plan making with funding and financing. The other key shift is what they're calling positive outcomes. This system is aiming to achieve positive outcomes while managing effects. Under the current Resource Management Act, it's mainly about managing effects. So this is a positive shift that we see. These outcomes need to be provided for when we're making decisions. That's the Regional Planning Committee has to take them into account, as does the consenting stage. There are 9 outcomes specified in the Act, and there is no hierarchy associated with these outcomes. Managing conflicts between them when there is no hierarchy is an issue that we have identified. The third significant shift is the introduction of environmental limits and targets. Environmental limits are to protect further degradation of the natural environment and also to protect human health. They are to be set in the National Planning Framework, or they can be set in plans. The shift in the system is that when you're undertaking an activity, it must comply with these limits. As already mentioned, the National Planning Framework. This is now one integrated national policy framework, and essentially it is replacing all of the existing national policy instruments in the RMA. So your national policy statements, your natural environmental standards, they are all now being rolled up into what they're calling the Natural Planning Framework. The good news is this is the responsibility of central government. They will have to form it and create it and maintain it. The bad news is it's going to be rolled out in stages. We do not know the full content of this National Planning Framework yet. But it is going to be very important because it will also contain information about resolving conflicts, particularly conflicts relating to outcomes, and it also provides direction on achieving outcomes. Karen, the fifth shift there is what we're calling the regional spatial strategies and the natural and built environment plans, the key components of the new system. As Karen mentioned, they will replace the existing plans that Auckland Council already has. The shift in the system here is when you combine the National Planning Framework and the Natural and Built Environment Plan, there is greater front-end clarity for users of the system. What this means is there's more direction on how to achieve outcomes, there's more direction on what needs to be in a consent, there's more direction on what a permitted consent is. What this means is at the user end, it'll be cheaper and simpler. What that also means is the planning stage is more intense and costly for council, but it means it'll be cheaper for the users at the other end. The other key point there is that these plans will be made by an independent body, but Auckland Council will be required to implement them. So there's a separation there again. And lastly, consenting is still a main component of the new system, so is compliance monitoring and enforcement. This new system has a more permissive consenting regime. There are more activities going to be defined as permitted, and they will require a simple approval. There's also a proportionate process introduced, which means that the information that's required in consents is proportionate to the scale and significance of the activity that's been undertaken. On the positive side, there is enhanced cost recovery mechanisms for council. We will now be able to get cost recovery for monitoring and enforcement and investigations of consents.
So this slide basically just summarises implications for council and our role in the new system. So as we've said, local authorities will be represented on this regional planning committee. So those representatives will have a role in developing the plans and strategies. But the accountability mechanisms back to council are relatively weak. And also council will be a key party to these implementation plans and agreements through our role in processing consents, but also we're expected to fund prioritised actions in implementation plans through the long-term plan process. And then the final slide is just to give you an idea of the transition arrangements. Basically, the transition is expected to take 10 years. And the government has said that strategies and plans will be developed in tranches. So there'll be a group of, say, 3 councils who will begin work first, followed by another group of councils. We don't know the phasing of that yet. But we could see regional spatial strategy development beginning in 2025 through to 2029. That would be followed by natural and built environment plan development a bit later. So it could coincide with council's plans review processes. So we're hoping it won't be too onerous. However, there will be a phase where we're operating the 2 systems, and that could have some implications in terms of workload and costs on council. So as we said, we're looking for initial feedback from elected members. You can email feedback directly to us before Christmas, but there will be another opportunity after Christmas to review a draft submission, and hopefully we'll get the extension and perhaps we can have a bit of a workshop next year, but we'll defer to the chair on that. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you, Amber and Karen. Now, members, do we have questions? I have the first from member Henare.
Kia ora. Just as a matter of a point of administration, on most of, in fact, all of the items that call for a joint committee, can I suggest that what we do is, because we have to take that back to our board, that we have a whole list of what you want us on at every monthly meeting, and we'll shunt it out so we don't take up too much time during the morning. The question, a couple of questions that I have, other than sending a message to iwi about basically saying you can now make a submission, what else? What's the other engagement going to be, or what has it been?
We have sought input from mana whenua as well into our submission, if they so wish to. We have included, we have a member of the IMSB as part of our technical project team as well. Those are the 2 main avenues we have in place at the moment.
And you know that IMSB will always reserve the right to make its own submission as well as assisting council. Cool.
I can also add that Ministry for the Environment has been engaging directly with mana whenua throughout the process. So in a way, council doesn't have to lead this process, but we have invited mana whenua input into our submission, or they can choose to make their own submission directly to the Crown.
Good, thank you. Councillor Walker.
Just got a few questions. Can you refresh me around, 1, what the unitary plan cost us, and 2, what the Auckland plan cost us, both of which are being superseded by this? I'm assuming, within the nearest million is fine.
Yeah.
Through the chair, I was going to say millions, certainly in terms of the unitary plan. So unless my colleagues are going to tell me, it was absolutely in the millions, because that's both, you know, technical work, but also the hearing submission process. And when you add appeals, which,
Sure.
Yeah, so I think
understand
that, yeah.
I'm actually just after a number. Let's start off maybe closer to 10 million, in 10 million increments, but can we have some ballpark
I'll
idea?
need to come back to you. I don't have it on the top of my head.
Okay, so that's the unitary plan and the Auckland plan. Right. The other question I've got, quite obviously, there's some requirement for us to input around this without wanting to expand on it too much at this point. I would like to know how this will actually work, how it will work.
This is radical.
Please, I agree. I'd also like to know what degree of accountability there will be on the part of, let's say, people in Auckland around this mechanism, because they are being shifted further away. Now, I don't need that answer now, but I would like that, at least in summary form. In respect of two questions that you could probably answer right now, my understanding is that these bills strip away amenity, largely. Is that correct?
Correct?
Okay. And in respect of the intensification that is occurring across Auckland and the huge loss of urban tree cover, particularly mature trees, that neither of these bills do anything to advance protection at this point, and that issue has been put off. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yeah, in terms of the trees, the previous council advocated strongly to the ministry and to the minister directly to include some form, or to put some form of protection of urban trees back into the resource management reform. I know the minister is working on that. I think it's part of the national planning framework. So I don't believe you'll see anything in these two bills, but there is work specifically being done around trees.
Sure. The main answer I wanted was there is nothing in these bills. And then the last question I'll raise, and in part it's directed to the Mayor if he is comfortable with addressing it. In a situation where this council might determine that what is proposed is unworkable for us, that the things that we already have in place are fit for purpose, well, not entirely fit for purpose, they could be enhanced. Is it conceivable that we might have some campaign to push back on this that might involve informing the public of Auckland as to the particular consequences, which, by the way, we have not done adequately for other reforms to date, including the present intensification that is occurring and Three Waters?
It's probably not appropriate to question the Mayor directly, but I'll take that as feedback to the Mayor, and we can discuss offline throughout the committee. But we have, in part, through our submissions, supported the reforms, because they are needed, but we have given strong feedback of our concerns, many of them that you have mentioned, and we can put those, if you put more feedback together as well, to send on to staff to ensure that's in the submission as well.
So, supplementary question. In a circumstance where the Mayor may have some concerns, but it may well be that a majority of councillors have some concerns, can we consider what level of pushback we have? That is the question that I'm asking. I don't need that asked now, but what I'm suggesting is a different circumstance to the one that has been in place so far, where the council just goes along meekly with all of these reforms on the part of government.
Yep.
We under-inform Aucklanders
Cool.
as to the consequence.
Councillor
So
Walker. Yeah.
my apologies for making some points, but I think Aucklanders expect to see a different approach from this council.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Newman.
Good morning. With respect to the requirement for the regional planning committees, can I just understand the requirement for local government to be able to fund this? Are we dealing narrowly with the requirement for local government to fund the administrative secretariat role of these RPCs, or is the interpretation of the requirement the ability of council to fund this beyond that, to fund the delivery of the planning and the infrastructure outcomes that might result as from a resolution of the RPCs in relation to the future spatial planning of cities and regions?
I think it's both actually. Auckland Council, as the host council, will be required to support the Regional Planning Committee, but also provide expertise and staffing resource to help the committee develop plans and strategies. But also through implementation, there is this requirement for council to include priority actions in the implementation plans and actually fund that through the long-term plan. But there were a whole range of other delivery partners like the private sector, infrastructure providers, and even central government. They'll be parties to the plan.
I just want to be clear about this. So the model here is that third parties will have a statutory role and voting rights on the RPCs, but third parties will be required to ensure that Auckland Council will fund the investment outcomes codified by the GPCs, but those third parties themselves will not be funders.
Can I just, through the chair, coming out of, so for example, central government will be on these regional planning committees and iwi representatives. Coming out of that it's not mandated at this stage, but this could be a piece of feedback. It's not mandated that there would be like an investment proposal or plan coming out, so that those parties and or anyone else, there could be some kind of agreement about who will actually pay for these investments. So I'd be very interested in any feedback you and others may have around that proposal. It's not mandated yet.
You'll get it, but I just want to try and get as clear as I can at the moment that the requirement must ensure council can fund and deliver projects in the RSS. So this group, which will comprise unelected third-party entities and Crown, but those entities and Crown are not necessarily the funders to ensure implementation of what is proposed. That's correct?
Yes, that could be the situation.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, yep. Reserve my right to speak.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Mayor Wayne-Brown.
First of all, apologies for being a bit late. I had a meeting with one of the CCOs. Sadly, I can speak planning, having had many years as a developer and engineer. I know that they're trying to make this simple, but there's a long history of things getting far more complicated the more simply they try to be. And in terms of Councillor Walker's suggestions, I'm the spokesperson for everybody, so I won't be doing anything until the council themselves have a strong position on that. What I would like to discuss is in the environmental limits and targets and the national planning framework, there are often, we will need to have vigilant work from our staff, that's you people, in watching this develop, because there's nothing worse than a well-intentioned bureaucrat helping everybody in terms of what can happen. And one of the things which has bedeviled areas of New Zealand has been national policy statements, NPSs, which just kind of arrive like bullets out of the sky, that have a huge impact. And they will show up in the bit there that you had two little things. If you go back, one has got a picture of the environmental limits and targets. And the wording is wonderful: to protect human health and prevent degradation in the ecological integrity. Well, no one's going to feel bad about that. Intentions are good. Then they set in play national planning framework plans, and if you go down the next one, the national planning framework set out limits, and these limits are where the dangers lie, limits and targets, because the limits are often idiotic and have terrible consequences across whole sectors of society. There was an NPS that produced hail testing. Most people don't even know what it is, but it has a hazards activities industry list. And the good idea was that they would make sure that if you bought a piece of land that had a treatment plant for timber or soiled oil on it, that you would go through some testing to do that. Well, that sounded fair enough. Then a group of them in a dark room in Wellington decided, they can have chemicals on orchards and farms. And so it was extended so that in certain areas of New Zealand, our rural parts of our city and all of Northland, unless you're building in a swamp or a forest, it has been an orchard or a farm. And so the people have to have these tests. And the tests are set at levels which, under testing, you can discover amazing things. We can now find single parts per million of arsenic. And so they set the levels without any input from geologists or other, and the level for arsenic is 65 parts per million. Now, even the word arsenic in parts per million, you all probably think, my God, that's dangerous. Most lawns would have 20 or 30 parts per million of arsenic in them. The level is at 65. If you exceed 65, you're supposed to dig the stuff up and put it in bags and cart it somewhere or other and hide it. We've found whole dairy farms with 2,600 parts per million of arsenic in them. And the cows are munching the grass and the people are drinking the milk and the cheese and no one cares. But people at 65 parts per million have to take all their grass away. And it's just an example of how nutty these things can be, because there is no perspective on what is a sensible figure. In order to hurt yourself with eating the dirt of 65 parts per million, you have to eat about 120 kilograms of it, which is probably going to make you sicker than the 65 parts per million of arsenic. But that is part of a law. And whole communities are now forced to go through an expensive set of tests of $2,500 a site for no benefit whatsoever. So I just use this as an example of how important it is that we run careful checking of everything. And I think that when we check things, I would like to see that we get some of the people from the other side, that is the developers, the people who are on the other side as well, who are supposedly going to help. When the governments are trying to help both sides, inevitably everyone gets hurt. And so I would like to see some people from the other side somewhere involved. What is their experience? I'd like to see that perhaps we had a mineral geologist checking some of these things, or if we have limits on something else, get somebody to check them. Because once they're in place, it's very hard to get rid of them. And the governments have known for years about the hail tests and that stuff. It just stays there forever, like a limpet. So I'm just giving, if you don't mind, Chairperson, just supporting the staff being rigorous in their reviews of these things and calling upon outside advice if you feel that you're not sure about these things, because they can cause a lot of damage. And that's it. I'm sorry to make a speech, but I hope that was helpful.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on your appointment. I'd like to thank the officers for the clarity and the professionalism in the way that they have put this to us. It does set alarm bells going for me, and I think that the way in which you've captured the risks and mitigations is useful. But my question is to Megan Tyler, and that is, could you identify the numbers of pieces of legislation that have been passed in recent times where there is a separation of policy from funding? I'm sort of thinking of some examples where the government passes legislation with the expectation that council will fund it. So we had the Hauraki Golf Marine Park that the government didn't put any money into, but there was an expectation that the councils would meet those costs, and that was supposed to be Auckland's equivalent of a national park at the time, which would have been the only national park in New Zealand that was not funded by the government. We've had the Te Puna Manga Authority, where, while we welcome it, government absolved itself of any funding. It was then conferred. So there are a number of risks, but I'd like you to identify other pieces of legislation, because I think it's really quite important that in whatever submissions we make to government, we can draw on the experience where something might be well-intentioned, but is creating significant financial risk for Auckland Council. So can you, off the top of your head, or do you want to come back to me in a written form on that?
Through the chair, thanks, Councillor Fletcher. I'm happy to give a list, but the reality is, I think that every single piece of legislation that gets passed has a cost impact on councils, sorry, that relate to us.
Yeah.
And therefore there is an unfunded element to it that we have to find. And I know you all around this chamber, in whatever role you may have had previous to this council, will know that. And so I could give you a list, but I think it's really clear that both in these bills and things that have passed, there will be costs that we will not have, and so we will need to find. And then that comes down to where do we find the money. So whether that's really big infrastructure kind of investments, or it's administrative or new plans that need to be done, that we'll be asked to fund.
I support the Mayor in keeping that vigilance. Can you explain, Megan, who will oversee this work? Is this Jacques Victor that will be working on the submission, or is it yourself directly? We've got these wonderful officers here who obviously are all over it, but can you explain to me who will pull together, and I do congratulate the Chair for seeking an extension of time so that the matter can come back to this committee, but I'd like to know who will be working on it.
Thanks through the chair. So Karen and Amber will be pulling everything together. We have got people working on it already from across the group, so both council and our CCOs as well, with specific experience either at an operational level or in a technical sense, a little bit like the Mayor raised certain technical elements might come in and expertise. So we have a range of staff across the whole group working on it. Amber and Karen will pull it together. Yes, they sit in Jacques' area, and which sits with me, and so I'll be the ultimate kind of overseer of that. But it involves all divisions and all parts of the council group.
Thank you, Councillor. And I think it was Councillor Darby who asked how much the cost of MPSUD was. I think that was about $3.5 million. I know MPS Freshwater's about 2.9 that we've been given in our budget document. So yes, the cost does pile on, and we do need to give that strong feedback back to government continuously. So I agree with you there. Member Ashby.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report. I just have one quick question, and that's assuming that this reform proceeds in some shape or manner, and there's a lot of water to go under the bridge, but what can council be doing now to prepare itself and its iwi partners in terms of the implementation of it, bearing in mind, I guess, the capacity building element with iwi, where that's at the moment. And so is there any initial thinking in terms of if this goes ahead, how council can work with iwi on that piece? Thank you.
I do know that central government has in its current budget and the next budget a lot of money to ensure participation by iwi and hapu and also capacity building. Participation and capacity are the big ticket items, particularly for mana whenua. We are still trying to find out, because there's no clarity yet, about whether central government is going to support local government with the inclusion and participation for mana whenua at the implementation stage. So that's not known yet, but we will be chasing that up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ashby. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. 3 of 4 questions already ticked off. Just the last one. The better off funding, when we talked about that before, we talked about the fact there was a few strings attached. There's nothing impeding council's full-powered impact, response to this submission. Like, we don't have any obligations to support things or anything like that.
Through the chair, if I can answer that. So you're referring to the 3 Waters Better Off funding. Yeah, this is a bill at the moment, and so no, there's no strings attached to what council can cover in its submission. Clearly, government would want us to talk about the content and what's in the bills. We can say anything we like about that. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say, even though RMA has a terrible name, not because of the legislation itself, especially as it was originally conceived in 1991, but the way it's been managed and how it seems to impact more on applicants who are ordinary citizens rather than big corporates. But I certainly lament the discarding or the planned discarding of Section 5, the sustainability principle. I know that the original RMA was conceived and worked on by political architects, intellectuals like Sir Geoffrey Palmer and the Honourable Simon Upton. And in Section 5, it seems to me, which was the purpose and principles of that Act, too often was not really considered. And the democratic principle, not just the sustainability principle, which came out of the Brundtland report, I think 1988, but the democratic principle in Section 5 in the goal of sustainability of cardinal importance has been people and communities, and all too often in RMA that was simply bypassed. May I congratulate you on the work you're doing, and I hope it doesn't spoil your Christmas holidays, because it's a huge ask. But may I, you've obviously need an extension of time. Is that because of the Christmas holidays and just the scale of work?
Through the chair, in this particular case, it's actually more about ensuring that this committee is able to see the submission and provide its feedback on it. We will work whenever we need to work, and unfortunately it probably will ruin some of the Christmas of some of my staff, but and the staff around the organisation. But it is actually about ensuring that this committee gets to sign it off, as opposed to having a delegated subcommittee or something, because the due date is the 30th of January, 31st of January.
Okay, and I think that's very sensible. I think it's a principle we need to also apply to the community as well as ourselves. Our operation and our convenience. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Back to councillor. Oh, actually, Mike, do you mind if I go to other councillors first and come back to you, councillor Newman? Councillor Philippine.
Ki a koe te kaikara kia tēnei te mihi, ki a koe moto kara kia tēnei rā. So thank you, Richard, Chair. Morena korua to our ladies. Very quick fire questions. Is this agenda here about approving the staff drafting a submission so then we can actually put our input into this? That's the first question.
Yes, basically it's approval to go ahead and prepare the submission.
And is it correct in saying that the public would also have the opportunity to submit to this particular bill?
Yes, that's true. The 30th of January deadline is for the public as well to submit.
In regards to C up there, can you tell me how many previous submissions have been made in regards to this bill, please?
From a council perspective, we've made 3 quite extensive submissions over the years. As to the total number they received, I would need to go away and check that, sorry.
No, but the council, just supplement that the council itself have already put in submissions in regards to this particular bill, and that will have a part to play with our submission that we will be discussing next year.
Yes, council have made these submissions and has outlined quite a strong position. For example, it proposed that we use the existing planning committee as our regional planning committee and augment it with iwi representation and central government representation. But we thought it was opportune to give the new council an opportunity to look back over those positions and confirm them or come up with different positions.
Kia ora, and tēnā korua e te rangatira, Independent Māori Statutory Board. Ngā mihi kia korua. I reserve the right to speak, Chair. Kia ora.
Go to Councillor Philippine, thank you. Councillor Baker.
So just following on from that, I'm just aware that we're an hour into this meeting and we're sitting on the first agenda item, and we seem to be missing the purpose of it. And so section 63 or paragraph 63 and 64 set out the next steps, which include us having a workshop on the 1st of February and the ability for members to provide their information to the staff. I'm happy to move, Mr Chair, so that we can actually move on and get on with it instead of having discussions that we will have on the 1st of February, no doubt.
Kia ora both. I have one last question from Councillor Newman, and then we'll move straight to that.
Well, thank you, Chair. I think it's always good to be able to ask questions. Can I just ask the officers, with respect to the development of the RSS and the NBE, so if, for example, there's a proposal from the Regional Planning Committee that will flood the riverhead forest for the purpose of building a dam, is that committee's requirement to ensure that Whakarite, or whatever its successor may be, can fund that work?
It's a good question. I suppose one of the issues that's been flagged by bodies like Local Government New Zealand is what is the role of the new water service entities. We don't think that's been addressed within the bills, so that's something we may want to highlight in our submission. However, the bill does identify the infrastructure providers. They won't sit round the table on the Regional Planning Committee, but they will be consulted in the development of these implementation plans and their agreement secured, although it's not legally binding, these agreements.
Megan, you talked about that we're reaching out across the organisation. Has Whakarite provided at an officer level any input as to what it thinks about its role and the functionality of this process? This is circular between the natural and built environment and the spatial it seems to be all very circular, and I'm wondering where do they sit in this, because at some point this entity needs to somehow agree something that can be funded by it, I assume. So what does it think about that?
Look, we've started conversations with them, and this is a big one because we've already started talking about that with the Three Waters reform, as well as how this links into this. So they are at the table, we're working with them. I wouldn't like to suggest that they have a particular position yet, but that's exactly what we want to bring back to you and work through and get any feedback you have on that as well.
Kia ora, Councillor, thank you. So we have a mover, Councillor Baker, a seconder, Deputy Chair Dalton. Would you like to speak to that, Councillor Baker?
No, I've already spoken. We just need to move on.
Thank you. Councillor Darby, did you have...
Yeah, just briefly speaking to this, because it does, these resolutions are asking the staff to start drafting a submission, and so it's fair to provide some feedback here. Look, I hear concerns, and mainly concerns here today, but I hope that we do dwell on the positives of this legislation pending, these two bills. There are a lot of positives in this, and I can't help but see that plan making is going to be significantly strengthened, and the consenting ability to drive a bus through plan making is reduced. That's how I do see it, and that has been a significant problem where the focus has been on, you know, giving the applicant the opportunity to drive a bus through the plans by mitigating the environmental effects, and this direction is more on the outcomes, you know, the positive outcomes, and that's a really good thing for this city and a good thing for our country. There is much greater opportunity for public participation at the early stages in plan making. That's a good thing. There's much greater opportunity for Māori to be genuinely involved, deeply involved, and that's a good thing. So there are a lot of positives there. It's less adversarial as well. Don't we need to get away from that? Desperately. There's dispute resolution that is recommended. There's dispute resolution that is recommended to follow tikanga. Isn't that a good thing? So overall, I see it as a more holistic approach and a healthier approach in terms of planning and then implementing planning. There are a few issues around the edges, around, you know, the role of this planning committee versus, you know, the regional planning entities that are proposed. But overall, there are good things. You know, you've got the water, land and air and built environment and natural environments finally looking like they're meshed and belong together rather than separated. So, Chair, I'm just hoping that our staff, you know, prior to our workshop, dwell on some of the really positive things in these two bills and build off the positive parts of the submissions that we've already made and present that to us at our workshop in the new year.
Thank you, Councillor, for that really thorough and important contribution. And as you'll see, members, I forgot to ask the staff to step away from the table once we were in debate. We debate each other and through the chair, not the staff. So sorry about that, staff. Next up, we have Councillor Lee, who'd like a speaking slot.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, as discussed, I would like to move in addition a new D, and that is to extend the sorry, I'll rewind that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Was there any other speakers to this? Councillor Newman, you did not. You said you reserved
well,
your
look,
right.
Chair, I really want to commend the officers for the work that they're having to do, and sorry to them that's going to ruin their Christmas, it appears, Megan. But secondly, I don't know how on earth you can. I just don't know how the organisation can respond in such a tight time frame, given the nature of, and I don't really care about what other submissions have been written up previously. You have to deal with the technical application of a bill based on the information that you have at the time, and what's apparent, Chair, is that a a bit like Three Waters, there's so much of this bill that's unknown in terms of its implementation, and implementation is a problem because the conversation has always been about how to get faster, better outcomes, but in reality, the application of the legislation in terms of how you implement it, it goes in the opposite direction. The one thing that I do think, Chair, that would be really, really helpful, I know that we like to have joined up submission making processes where the council family lodges its submission, but at that forthcoming workshop I would be very keen to understand from Watercare as to how it would effectively implement this as an infrastructure provider. As well, I'd like to interrogate Watercare's understanding of how the design of this in terms of if you have, for example, significant new growth in a given part of the region, what are the implications for Watercare in terms of its consented discharge, and secondly, what is Watercare's ability to fund the infrastructure that would presumably fall out of the decision making from this regional committee, because it all just seems to be something which is quite opaque. I doubt very much that this has been thought through by officials in the Department of Internal Affairs. I know that ministers will have not a clue as to how they're going to do this. Maybe they'll entrench it, but they don't know what they're doing here, and it would be very good if we could understand from Watercare as to what its view is, because I think that should form a major part of the submission work that we will undertake. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Right, that is the debate finished. All those in favour?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No, perfect, thank you. Thanks again to the staff. Oh, all, sorry, that was carried. I forgot to declare that, so sorry. Next up, item 9, we've got the unitary plan, delegating authority to confirm the council's position through the hearings process. So this item really is not about the content of these plan changes at all. This is about appointing two councillors, in addition to myself and the Deputy Chair, and an independent Māori Statutory Board member, to be very, I was going to say quick and dirty. I'm not sure if that's the right phrase, but we need to be pretty nimble, pretty quick to get in to help approve decisions through the mediation. There will not be time to put reports together and get this to the Planning, Environment and Parks Committee. If there is time, those decisions will come to us, but it's unlikely with the pace that the government has given us that will happen. So just want to move, Councillor Dalton, would you like to second? And I've just so I had 4 requests. Deputy Mayor, discussed it with her first. Councillor Darby, Councillor Lee and Councillor Henderson. I've discussed with Deputy Mayor, she is fine with Councillor Darby and Councillor Lee, and same with Councillor Henderson. So I had discussions with Councillor Darby and Councillor Lee about those. So those are the only requests I had, and I support those 2 councillors being on that delegated group. Right, do we have, Warren, did you have anything other to add? I probably stole your thunder a bit there, sorry.
No, that's fine. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Warren McLennan taku ingoa. I thought I'd just give a wee bit of background, in particular for the new councillors. This is related to Plan Change 78, which is the key plan change required by the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, which has got the objective to intensify housing for us within the urban area of Auckland. And there are also a series of other plan changes, 79 to 83, which complement that and try and, I guess, bring a bit of an element of Auckland to the NPSUD. So as required with the NPSUD, it was notified in August this year. Submissions closed in September, and we received around 2,500 of these. Staff have finished summarising those submissions, and there's about 16,500 individual points raised, and that they are now open for further submissions for people to indicate support or opposition for each of those points if they wish. So early next year, from February onwards, the Independent Hearings Panel, which has been appointed to hear and make recommendations and decisions on the plan changes, they will start their work. And there's about 40 different topic areas that they have come up with. So it's going to be a fast-moving process, and it means that at times the council may want to change its policy position on various matters. So this report recommends that this subcommittee be set up so that at a political level we can be pretty agile and flexible in how we deal with some of these changes that are likely to come through. So what we've done is divided up into these political changes of position. So that really covers recommendation A, council policy position, but then also delegate to the manager chair, manager of plans and places to make any minor technical changes. And that political subcommittee will need to get together at reasonably short notice. Sometimes we've got a week or less than a week in order to come back to the hearings panel with our position. So this will be reasonably, a small group is much easier for us to deal with in terms of the alternative, I guess, is to have special council meetings at the drop of a hat, which is probably not that efficient along the way. So this is the similar process to what we used for the unitary plan, and it's a good way of just being responsive. This is not our timetable which we're following. It'll be the timetable of the hearings panel. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Warren. We have 3 questions so far. Councillor Lee, first question.
Mr Chairman, if I may, my apologies for jumping out of the blocks in the previous item. I would like to add an addition, if I could, to your recommendations, a D, to extend the further submission period for Plan Change 78 from midnight 13th of January 2023 to midnight 10th of February 2023, and I'm happy to speak to that when it's convenient for you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, I'll just get, if you don't mind, Megan to speak about why we don't support that, but I won't preclude you from putting that forward as an amendment, but we'll get Megan to...
I'm happy to second at the appropriate point.
Thank you, Megan.
Sorry, maybe if I could just provide some information, and then when you see the words, you can obviously debate that as a council. So, just want to say for this was a very rushed process for us. As you know, the government put this through quickly and required us to do a lot of work in a very short time frame. There are 2 areas or ways to make submissions. The first is to make submissions at the original stage. And so we already extended that otherwise 4-week process to a 6-week process. So we wanted to give the community as much time as possible to submit on that. And so we extended that from 4 to 6 weeks. The further submission process that we're starting now, we have similarly already extended by about 3 weeks. And I know that is over the Christmas break. And again, this timing is not ours, it's of the government's making, but also links to the hearing panel. So originally it was going to close on the 19th of December. And so we've already extended that out to the 13th of January. I think it's really important to understand in the further submission process that only relates to those that made submissions. There is nothing new that can come out of this process. It is just a process for existing submitters to link to each other. So there is nobody else. If you haven't made a submission, you can't get in to this process. So the other element also is that we are working with the hearings panel. We are having to put all of this information together for them in order for them to start their process, and they have asked to start their process in early February. And so with this time frame, even with the 3-week extension that we've already given, we've said that we want to, we could hit their time frame that they've asked us to of the 7th of February. If this addition goes through, we won't be able to hit that. That is the committee's decision, and we will just need to go back to the hearings panel. But what that will mean is that everything will be crunched through the year, and it will also crunch our opportunity and your opportunity ultimately to make your decisions at the end of the process. So there are some risks with it, but happy to take any other questions and leave that for your decisions. Thanks.
Thank you, Megan.
Mr. Chairman, do you wish me to speak to the amendment now, the addition now, and explain the reasons for it?
Yes,
Or should I wait?
I will just ask Sandra if is it best to ask question?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, now that we have an amendment on the table, we will deal with the amendment first.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. The request is on behalf of the community, notably the Freeman's Bay Residents Association and the St Mary's Bay Association. I take on board the point made by Ms Tyler in regard to no new material, but as Mr McLennan has pointed out, the enormous amount of pages the council has received. Now, the further submitters have to analyse carefully those documents, and some of them coming from very well-resourced organisations like Kāinga Ora, who are extremely good at building legal briefs, legal cases, perhaps not so good at actually building houses as used to be done. But I'll leave that to one side. And people like the New Zealand Property Council, the community is saying, just like the council is saying to the government, please, this is very, very important to us. Let's get it right. It's never done or never popular for an agency to put out for public submissions plans over the Christmas holiday period. It's a cultural no-no, if you will, and all we're asking for, given that holiday period and people have already planned to go away and so on, the community's resources are more limited than the council, and the council is finding it difficult to meet these government deadlines. I think there's a question of fairness here. What's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander, and I think it wouldn't hurt at all to agree to this extension of time. It's normally quite acceptable and quite normal to grant extensions of time for public submissions on matters of such importance. And that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Lee. Thank you. And I'll just briefly speak. So I will, I thank Councillor Lee for his amendment, and I understand his reasoning definitely, but I won't be supporting the amendment largely due to the advice on the fact we have extended the first round of consultation from 4 weeks to 6, and we've extended the further submission period by 3 weeks already. Normally on these things, when we're in the driver's seat, we can also extend the end point of this. We don't have that choice this time, so as Megan quite rightly told us, we do not have the opportunity to extend the end, so it means that everything else we need to do, including our views and submissions and decisions, will be condensed, and it will make it very difficult for us to have those conversations. So we have actually given quite an extended period for public to submit. The further submissions aren't new information, they can talk about the current submission. So although I appreciate everything you said, Councillor Lee. This time I cannot support your amendment. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
I thank you for the opportunity to speak to the amendment. I don't know that I can add a lot more to what Councillor Lee has already said, but this comes to a matter of reasonableness. For those people who have already made submissions and perhaps want to engage in the process further, my understanding, and I think for most of us sitting around the room here, we've become reasonably skilled practitioners at pouring our way through planning documents. But there's some 763 odd pages, which in the most fast-tracked time to be able to fully work through amounts to about 70 hours of reading. And so for the layperson who might be trying to approach this, this is quite a formidable process. I do think that there is a matter of reasonableness given the timing of this. I have heard the officers, the lead officer's view on this, but aren't we trying to arrive at an outcome that is going to be fundamentally changing to all of our communities across Auckland? Why would we want to shortchange ourselves and for those who are already engaged in this process by giving insufficient time for a matter that's highly complex? I realise the restraints on officers and the perhaps unreasonableness. I think Christchurch have been perhaps more formidable in the way that they've challenged central government on some of the timelines on this thing, but this sits inside of our control to allow those submitters to actually have the time to be able to come back in a comprehensive way to what is a highly technical and a highly complex area. I sincerely hope that in the interests of our communities that we can give expression to what their hopes have been, and certainly the personal submissions that I've received. And I would hope that we can support this and allow our mayor to continue to lobby central government for a fairer outcome in terms of timelines and process on this. So I wish to support the amendment, and I would encourage others to do so and would call for a division on it.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Last speaker I have is Councillor Darby.
A question, if I may. Megan, so we've extended, would you say 19th December through to 13 Jan, which is, once you take the statutory days out, that is 2 business weeks, is it?
I think the statutory days end about the 10th of January. Am I right, Warren? In terms of the RMA statutory days. So in terms of business or statutory days, it's only 3, but it's about 3 weeks from the 19th.
Okay. Yeah. When doing that, did you and others consider, the availability of planning consultants and lawyers at that time, and access to them?
Through the chair, the original closing date for these further submissions was the 19th of December, and we felt even worse than, so close to Christmas. Hence why we did believe that we should extend it out into middle of January. We still had that time frame, that request asked of us of the independent hearings panel of that 7th of February, and knowing, as the chair has said, that we can't push out the ultimate decision date. So in trying to weigh that up, that's where we came to. And yes, we know that there will be consultants and lawyers. Some will still be around in that period, others won't be. They won't yet be back to work till perhaps later in January. There is still obviously this period before Christmas where most are still at work.
So what you're saying is a further extension is going to impact the hearings process and possibly the mediation or the time for mediation. So now that's in response to Councillor Lee's 4 weeks. Councillor Lee's seeking, I think that tallies up to about a 4-week extension. Is there, as the lead officer on this, is there something, is there a week beyond the 13th to the 20th? Would that be more easily accommodated by those that you're having to represent, or 2 weeks, or because we're just treating with the amendment at the moment. We're not treating with something that slightly extends it.
Look, I think you just need to make a decision one way or the other. If the 13th doesn't seem reasonable, to Councillor Fletcher's comment, for example, and Councillor Lee, then in a way you may as well look to any kind of date, and the 10th is fine. You could come back from that. The reality for us will be I don't think we'll probably be able to make the request of the Independence Hearings Panel for the 7th of February. Clearly we won't if it's 10th. If it was maybe just another week, so perhaps a little later in January, I don't think we'll be able to make that. But again, we will just need to then go back and say to the hearings panel, we'll need to shift the dates. So it's really in the hands of the committee.
Okay, it's in our hands, and it's in Councillor Lee's hands too. I'm just wondering if we could work this out together and maybe extend it a week. Now, that's going to put a little bit of pressure on, but not to the point where a 4-week delay is going to put immense pressure on, and Chair, it may compromise the mediation process. And the mediation process is really important. So I'm just wondering, Councillor Lee, if you'd be willing to maybe push it out to the 20th, rather than, which is a week, rather than 4 weeks.
I assumed you were debating Councillor Darby, and now we've had questions and information come from the officers, so probably not good chairing on my behalf to allow this to happen. I know you were trying to create a positive mood.
Let's try and seek consensus rather than going for a division if we can, colleagues. And I've talked to the Mayor, and it has been suggested a fallback position of 1st of February, if we can live with that. We have to be reasonable to these people. It's a huge undertaking. And we're under pressure, imagine them.
Yeah, so now I've got all sorts of debating happening. So I think we need to, unfortunately, vote on this unless you're going to withdraw and discuss, because
We'll take the 0 out of the 10th and make it 1st of February. Is that okay? Split the difference. Councillor Darby.
I did say 20th of Jan because I've heard the officer.
1st of February. I could amend that to the 1st of February with the consent of the seconder.
So it's been moved to the 1st of February. Councillor Newman, we are in debate. I apologise for allowing questions through Councillor Darby. I think he was trying to get a position to the 20th. I will only allow debate. We have to move on from the amendment. The amendment is on the table. So if you have a debating...
Sorry, I had a question with respect to the interpretation of the boundary for the walkable catchment versus the special character overlay, and the answer to that question will be determinant as to which way I vote on this. For some reason, the question seemed to have been gazumped by a debate around a date, but am I allowed to examine...
So, Councillor Newman, I did ask Sandra I said, should I continue with questions or go to the amendment? The advice was we must debate the amendment because that was on the table, and then we can go back to questions on the substantive. So we are debating what is on the table. Mayor Brown, did you still want to speak in turn, or are we voting on this amendment? Okay. Did you want... Okay, thank you. So, right.
I was just going to say that I did just ask the Mayor briefly if he would go with the 20th, and he seemed to say that was okay. Is that right?
So thanks, Councillor Leone. We're debating this item now. We have to move it back. If there's another amendment come up, then that's fine. Right. All those in favour of the amendment?
Do you want to...
All those opposed?
No.
Against?
I think I might have to have a show of hands there. So all those in favour of the amendment?
I did call for a division.
Apologies, Councillor Fletcher, I did not hear the division.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Members are now voting on the amendment which is on the screen. Councillor Hills.
A vote no, thank you.
IMSB member Ashby.
No.
Councillor Baker. No. Councillor Bartley. Mayor Brown. Yes. Deputy Chair Dalton.
Against.
Councillor Darby.
No.
Councillor Ferry.
Against.
Councillor Filipina.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
For.
Councillor Foley, who's online.
Against.
IMSB member Henare. No. Councillor Henderson online, and Councillor Henderson has put no in the chat. Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Councillor Leone.
Against.
Councillor Newman.
For.
Councillor Stewart. Councillor Turner.
For.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson.
For.
Councillor Williamson.
Aye.
That amendment is lost 10 votes to 11.
Chair, can I move an amendment for an extension of 1 week?
To the 20th.
Yeah.
So if we just...
Just if you just give us a minute.
While the amendment is being written up, it will look like the other with a 20th January instead of 1st of February. Councillor Filipina, you have a question.
Question, I'm just waiting to see whether there's a seconder for the amendment before my partai.
Mayor Brown.
There is? Okay, look, Megan, I just want to confirm there was a partai that was asked by Councillor Darby in regards to moving it a week earlier. Can you just clarify your response to that partai? Because my understanding was that it's still going to be end up putting pressure on you and your team to make the hearings. Can you just confirm your response, please?
Sure, through the chair, yes, it still will. However, I'm in the hands of the committee. It's entirely the decision. We will do our very best to still make that hearings panel date that we've been asked.
Kia ora. And Chair, can I call for a division once the debate is finished? Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, do we have the amendment? Oh, sorry, I think that was supposed to be 20 January. Yeah. Thank you. So there's another division on this one by the sounds.
Chair, can I just make a comment before we call for, before the division is called? Chair, I'm just really amazed in regards to even a week extension based on the conversation and the response we got from Megan. I mean, I'm looking around this table and thinking, yes, people are talking about our community and the impact. We have not spoken about the impact on our staff, not only with this particular item, but then moving forward around the agenda that we have to look for the annual plan. I will be supporting the staff, and I do not want to end up putting any pressure on them. Even after the week, the response to two questions, two partai that Councillor Darby put was, 13th, is there going to be any pressure? Yes, there is. If we extend it just to a week to the 20th, is there going to be any pressure? Yes, there is. So this is why I've called it a division, because I want to end up seeing again who will end up be supporting the staff. Kia ora. Thank you, Chair.
Kia ora, Councillor. So a division on this one?
Thank you, Mr Chair. Division has been called on the amendment which is on your screen. Councillor Hills.
No.
IMSB member Ashby.
No.
Councillor Baker. Councillor Bartley.
For.
Mayor Brown. Deputy Chair Dalton.
Against.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Ferry.
Against.
Councillor Filipina.
Ka hore.
Councillor Fletcher.
For.
Councillor Foley online.
I for.
IMSB member Henare.
No.
Councillor Henderson online. Councillor Henderson has put no in the chat bar. Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Councillor Leone.
Against.
Councillor Newman.
For.
Councillor Stewart. Councillor Turner.
For.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you very much. That was carried. We now have extended the further submission period till the 20th of January. Thank you very much. Right, now back to the substantive motion. We'll have questions on there, but let's try and keep it brief because the debate is only on the appointing the group, not on the substantive plan changes themselves. Councillor Newman, I think, had a question.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I had questions of the officers of it. Oh, Warwick. Sorry, Warwick, it's not your fault, but when I have a question with respect to the interpretation of the maps. I understand this is a procedural matter as to how this is all going to be working in terms of delegation, but I note that I've got a situation in my ward whereby the walkable catchment maps show multiple lines around what constitutes the boundary of the walkable catchment abutting onto a special character area in Hill Park. This has caused confusion with the submitters, and it was germane to their desire to have more time for further submissions. Can I understand where there is a situation of multiple lines reflecting versions of boundaries for walkable catchments, which of the lines actually apply? This is in relation to Hill Park. Are you familiar with this, or you can't answer it?
Yeah, no, look, I can't answer indeed. Sorry, I can't answer in detail, but I guess this period that we're going through in terms of further submissions is really, people will have put their primary submission in, and so this is only being able to support or not support the submission points which have been made. So those people in Hill Park really will have to see what sort of submissions they can support or oppose. That's as far as we can go. We're not asking for primary submissions. That part is passed.
But just your microphone, sorry.
I can comment on this now, or if we'll finish questions and then I want to comment, particularly in light of the discussion we've had.
Maybe just through the chair, Councillor Newman, I don't think we have enough knowledge to be able to answer you now. We are happy to work that through with you, if that's helpful. Yeah.
Councillor Fletcher, question?
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that we're really dealing primarily with the appointment of Councillor Darby, Councillor Lee and the members of the IMSB. But I do have a question, and I have been in contact with Megan on it, and it relates to the issue of where in the area that I represent, the light rail, and what is, it's a David and Goliath question, I suppose, in that you've got submitters like Kāinga Ora and developers. And I know that Megan Tyler has said, well, basically, it's going to be up to the hearings panel to work out whether that's in or out of scope. But for the purposes of clarity, I would like to understand, and I don't want to have to go and consult additional lawyers on this, for the community, they did not submit because those areas for the light rail were not put into the material that went out for the original consultation. But we have had a number of developers who have come into the fray. So I guess in the event that the developers they've put forward a greater level of intensification than perhaps would have been acceptable to the community, where does that leave us? And where does it leave us if light rail doesn't proceed? There's a number of questions within that I would really like to have some clarity around so I can respond to my community.
Through the chair, thanks, Councillor Fletcher. So the decision was made to effectively carve out the Auckland Light Rail corridor because in the work that is currently being done to determine the route and station locations of that, and the expectation of the kind of urban development that you would want along a metro rail line, that it would be different and in places far greater, not in every place, but greater than what we would be getting under the NPSUD, which is the plan change we've got at the moment. The idea then is to work through over the coming months into about mid next year with the light rail unit, and we'll come back to this council to make effectively a variation or a plan change to show the intensification along that corridor. In the meantime, for this particular plan change, we've carved it out and said that that is not in scope of this plan change, and that something is coming, and that is what we've signposted. So formally, it does sit with the hearings panel to determine a scope matter. So if there are submitters that have said, and as you've said, Kāinga Ora and others no doubt have said, look, actually in this corridor it needs to be X and Y, then it is the decision of the panel as to whether they believe it is within scope or not. I think if they did, there's a natural justice issue, which I think you're touching on, which is because a bunch of other people didn't say anything because they were told it was out of scope. So I can't be absolutely certain with you to say it's definitely out of scope, that's, it won't be touched. It will be the panel's decision. I think that if they did say that, there's a natural justice, and they would probably open things up again. The other thing here, assuming all goes to plan in terms of timing, is that a new plan change is going to probably come out, subject to this committee's decision, middle to end of next year along this corridor. So there's an opportunity to either kind of connect those together or through that process have the kind of discussion that you're talking about. I hope that's helpful.
In the interests of natural justice, I am trusting that the staff will capture these matters for the panel, and that a measure of comfort can be given to the community on that particular point. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sorry, through the chair, Councillor Fletcher, if there's anything else I can help with in terms of wording or something back to your community, I'm happy to do so.
The second question that I had continues, and you may wish to rule it out of order, but it comes back to the qualifying matters around infrastructure. Councillor Watson and I are working hard on the transport and infrastructure requirements for Auckland Council going forward, but there remains in my mind a question about whether we did sufficient analysis, whether we should have gone down the track of a Section 32 report looking at infrastructural requirements as comprehensively as would have been required for the Auckland region. And my question is to Megan Tyler again, could there have been further work that was undertaken to give the comfort to the various communities of Auckland that we had dealt comprehensively with the matter of infrastructure.
Through the chair, thanks, Councillor Fletcher. The real constraint on us all, both councillors in the previous term and staff, was the time that was given by the government. So I think everyone would, if we had more time, we could have done more work and therefore more analysis, is the kind of basic answer. I think what we did do for the 20th of August notification was certainly adequate. I think we all would have wanted more time, but we didn't have it. So, how am I answering your question? I think it's not perfect, and there could be more that we could do. We would work with this committee, your committee. I think perhaps as the months go on, as we see how this hearing process is going, as to whether there's any more that needs to be done.
So my supplementary to that, at the time of voting on this in the last term of the council, we were given to understand that if we didn't support it because of the unreasonableness of the time requirements of the government, that commissioners would be called in. Yet I note that in Christchurch, commissioners were not called in. Is that something that officers have followed in terms of the pushback that the Christchurch Council gave?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm happy to get some advice sent out to you and councillors on this. We are veering quite far from the purpose of this report because of I've allowed you those first two questions and they're valid, but I guess if we can going into that, then Megan's going to have to give a lot of information about the plan changes in the process itself. This report is just appointing those members to the committee, the subgroup. So, but I'm happy for advice on that.
I will be guided by you, but I do think it's a matter of interest going forward in terms of how we conduct ourselves with central government on unreasonable timeframes.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor. And last question, Councillor Henderson.
Yes, thank you. My question is always with these kind of things, when we're setting up a committee like this, how is it going to deal with the rest of the Parks, Environment and Planning Committee? Because, you know, as is no secret around here, I tend to have a different view to Council's prevailing view around intensification of central city suburbs closer to work and study. So how are you going to deal with us?
Is that a question for me, Councillor Henderson, or for staff?
I suppose so, Chair. I suppose so. I haven't figured that one out yet.
So we will be taking advice from the staff based on the mediation and recommendations, and we will be doing our best as a subgroup to keep us close to the decisions and the direction we've already made. We will try our best to get other views in, but it will be a quick time, but we will acknowledge and know there are differing views around the table, and we'll do our best to bring that together. But once again, as Megan said, it's all it is time on this. I suspect if there is something drastically changed, that we will do everything to bring it back to a full committee, so there's no surprises.
Cool. Thanks, Chair. Appreciate that.
Kia ora. And last question, Mayor Brown.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to raise a bit about Plan Change 79, amendments to the transport provisions. Now, I know that there are only small ones proposed about perhaps making more pedestrian accessibility in bits and pieces, but I know that the road to perdition is often paved with good intentions, and sometimes things get bigger than what they're thought of. What I want to make sure is that those involved, staff and others, are aware that one of the important things, most important things for me, is that we are going to have, in conjunction with the Minister of Transport, a comprehensive joined-up Auckland Transport Plan multimodal for the first time ever, which may or may not bring into question some of the assumptions about light rail or whatever other things which are in the wind. It's not aimed at particularly any particular thing, but some things have got a level of momentum ahead of where a city that doesn't have a comprehensive transport plan put in place And so I just wanted to make sure that there's nothing in there that may or may not impede a much bigger overview plan of Auckland. We tend to have our things plonked down on us because someone had a good idea somewhere else. So it's just it's in the back of your mind. I understand they're quite small things, but the little bit I told you about before started off as a small thing and ended up wrecking thousands of people's lives. So that's all I had to say. Thank you, sir.
Through the chair, I think that's really helpful, Mayor Brown, and we are aware of the work that you're leading on that, and so we will ensure that there's no disconnects. And you're right, they're reasonably small things, but would appreciate working with you in your office on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Right, so we will go to the debate. I have no speakers, but just want to thank those 4 members for putting themselves forward. Apologies, Councillor Newman. And thanks to Councillor Darby and Councillor Lee for joining myself and Deputy Chair Dalton on this subgroup. And the Independent Māori Statutory Board members, I assume you'll have that decision made on who before the first meeting. We'll work on that. Councillor Newman.
Chair, I wanted to raise how this process will address a conundrum around multiple interpretations of what is a walkable catchment in Hill Park. My assumption is that I'll have to work directly with the officers, because in terms of a technical understanding of this matter, the politicians won't know, but the officers can help. I mean, Mr. Chair, helpfully, there have been a lot of submissions received from residents in an area of my ward that is subject to a special character area in parts of Hill Park, and they've made submissions. They made submissions on a notified plan, but the notified plan proposes that there is a special character area. Immediately abutting that is a walkable catchment. The problem is that the lines that we've notified have multiple variations as to what the walkable catchment line would be, and the submitters in that community are somewhat confused, and they should be, because they're not sure if the council's notifying to a conservative walkable catchment or a more ambitious walkable catchment. I hope it's the former. It's one of the reasons why I support an extension of time, and it's got everything to do with talking about the well-being of my community, Councillor Filipina, because for those residents it does matter. And so those residents that are submitters want to lodge further submissions to clarify this, and the time frame will allow for a little bit of that. Fortuitously, the local board chair and deputy called a public meeting the other night and raised this matter, so there is the opportunity for this matter to be further socialised and understood. But what I would like the officers to do, notwithstanding the fact that that the delegation sits with those councillors, my expectation will be that the submissions, because it's a relatively small and technical matter, could probably be addressed through expert conferencing, and that the expert conferencing will probably come back with a proposed resolution that would be agreed as through that conferencing process for consideration by the hearings panel for adoption. If that's the process, that's fine. But because there are multiple lines in that walkable catchment which overlay the special character area, I would appreciate the officers, notwithstanding the fact there's only a small group who are going to who are delegated here, to be able to address those questions and confirm precisely what the council planners will interpret as the boundary for the walkable catchment, because it is significant when it abuts right into that special character area, which is defined in part by the natural environment. Thank you. Megan, you're nodding away, that's good. And finally, Chair, I just think that the point around the further submissions process, the number of submitters that will want to be further submitters is substantial. And it does require time on their part to be able to interrogate all the submissions that have been lodged. In the case of this particular area, there are many dozens, nearly 100, and in other parts of Auckland there'll be thousands. And every submitter has the ability to be a further submitter on any of those submissions, and I'd imagine a lot of them would like to. In relation to Hill Park, I'd imagine most of those submitters will want to submit further submissions just to seek clarification as to the conservative line that's been proposed as opposed to the more ambitious interpretation. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor.
Just a comment, I just wanted to let Councillor Newman know, whatever, every time you want to mention my name, at least tell me why you mention it when I'm reading the agenda. So, Councillor Newman, I'm just letting you know now, don't ever say my name again in regards to something I haven't done. So I'll just let you know that. Kia ora. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Thank you, Councillor. All those in favour of this motion? All those in favour? Anyone opposed? No. Thank you. That's carried. So we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 12:01. 12:01. 5-minute break. Thank you. agenda, as you can see, with missing a couple of months of meetings. So we have the next 4, and I think we need to be really clear. These are procedural items, the plan changes, to make the plan changes operative. We aren't here to discuss or debate the merits of these plan changes. They've gone through their process. We had the ability to do that before it went to a plan change, and then we were able to submit on those plan changes and be involved with those plan changes. All those decisions have been made, and we are now just essentially rubber stamping what we need to do after the process is complete. The staff will go through. So we have plan change 10 first. They're all separate items, so we'll go to plan change 59, Albany 10 precinct to the unitary plan.
Well, I was going to perhaps make a start, Mr. Chair, just by providing an overview, and there's some new members in the committee who may be less familiar with the ways of private plan changes and the process of plan changes generally. So, all on one page. Let's see if it works.
Apologies, Craig. Did you just want to introduce yourself and Todd?
Beg your pardon. Yes,
that
Craig.
was my fault. Apologies.
All right. Thank you. So, Craig Cairncross, team leader for the South, Celia, John Durgott, and ultimately Megan, under Megan, and the CPO. Okay, stepping back, so Schedule 1 enables plan changes, Schedule 1 of the RMA, and what you're going to have before you in the agenda, as per the Chair's advice, is a number of what we call make operatives, effectively making plan changes operative, that have been through the full process from where to go lodgement, in through requests for further information, a decision like you're going to have to make later in the day around the way to proceed, accept, adopt, reject, and then through notification, hearing, commissioner hearing, and then usually if there's any appeals, mediation, or if necessary, a hearing in the court. By whatever means the decision's reached, the court ends up issuing a consent order, and thereby you get to the orange bubble, which is the ability to make a plan change operative. And as said, there'll be a few of those on the agenda to come. Todd's is first, the next one. Okay, so next slide, Sandra, please. Some of this is quite administrative, and I'm sure Christian and Karina would love it as law, but just the procedural steps. Clause 17 enables the council to approve a plan change once all appeals are settled, and then Clause 28 of Schedule 1 sets out the process that's required to be undertaken for the notification of when you make it operative following the decision to make operative the plan changes. And the last slide, Sandra, please. A lot of administrative detail there, but just to demonstrate the steps required that our planning techs and our department have to go through to get everything ready, to put up online, send letters out, request a seal. So there's both admin and legal steps to follow the make operative. Hence, it's not something you do the next day. It usually takes a good few days and in some cases weeks to get everything ready. That was it. So hopefully that's useful for some of those who aren't so familiar with plan changes and private plan changes in particular. Happy to do questions, although I'm told I'm under.
I think we're fine. Pretty straightforward. Thank you, Craig. And now we'll go to item 10, plan change 59. Thank you very much.
Kia ora. Good afternoon. My name is Taiao. I'm a senior policy planner in the Northwestern Islands. I'm here today to go through what Craig just talked about, making the procedural change to make plan change 59 Albany 10 precinct operative. Up on the map is where the plan change is located in Albany. On the right-hand map, it's the site that's outlined in red and is now coloured as terraced housing and apartment building. Next slide, please. Great. So plan change 59 was a plan change lodged by Bay Group Limited. They requested that the site at 473 Albany Highway be changed from mixed housing suburban to terrace housing and apartment buildings and remove Albany 9 precinct from the site. This plan change introduced a new precinct, and the key thing about that precinct, it does enable greater height than the current terraced housing apartment building of 13 metres, 21 metres and 35 metres depending on the site. We have had a decision on the plan change, obviously, to approve with modifications. The plan change was appealed in the Environment Court, and this was recently settled, and now we are ready to make the plan change operative. So the recommendations today is to approve the plan change under Clause 17, to require the Council to notify as soon as possible under Clause 20. There's an additional recommendation to prepare for the staff to prepare a variation to plan change 78. We already had a variation in the past to plan change 59, but since this plan change went to appeal, we had two running simultaneously, and when we got a decision from the court, we couldn't proceed. So we had to withdraw the one that was out there and make this operative, and then do another variation. So that is simply it. Thank you.
Simply it. Thank you, Todd. Very complex, a whole lot of work done here. Now, do we have any brief questions on the making it operative? We're not asking questions on the merits of the plan change. Oh, Councillor Watson.
And just a quick one, could you just remind me how many stories 35 metres is? In your...
I believe it is 10 stories, 10 to 11.
Yeah, okay.
With a lift shaft.
Right, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. No other questions? Could I have... Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. No. Member Ashby.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question or point of advice, perhaps for further plan changes as you're preparing these. It's just noting with these procedural decisions, the Māori impact statement is quite brief, and this applies to some of the other plan changes. So this comment applies to other agenda items. So it's really just a comment around in future reporting, would it be possible to provide a summary of those relevant matters based on previous agenda reports or Environment Court decisions or the like, just so that we're perhaps a little better informed in terms of some of the context of those Māori interests in this space, in this instance, but again applying to other items on the agenda. So that's just a comment. Kia ora.
Might we circumvent a lot of this discussion by us at the OMSB producing what we would consider to be the impact statement that you might like to work off from now on. It just makes it a hell of a lot easier. We don't get it. We don't have to go through all these questions every planning committee, you know. So, and we would bring it back here for approval of the committee, and then we can see where we're going to go from here.
Thank you, Member Henare. And I would love to do that, and I would think that would be well supported by staff to sit down for the term and ensure, because there was really good times, thorough times, and then other times where that fell short. And I think Councillor Dalton, we've already talked about that. And the issue with this first agenda item, as we saw it on Monday, we didn't have access due to the time swearing in and positions. But going forward, we will have a lot more time to see those early papers and also ensure that to happen. So maybe not. We might not be able to do that for the February one, but I'm definitely keen from that point on to have a thorough kind of agreement on what is expected and what we would prefer sitting across that for Mana Whenua, Mātai Waka and IMSB. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Ferry.
I was just offering to move.
Thank you, Councillor Ferry. Could I have a seconder? Councillor Leone. Right. Thank you, Todd. All those in favour?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Perfect. Thank you. Now we have item 11. Craig. And Celia. Thank you. You just want to introduce yourself as well, Celia.
Oh,
Celia Davison, I'm the manager of the Central South team in Plans and Places.
Thank you, all good? Yes, thank you, Mr.
Greg.
Chair. So my item is around the end of process of private plan changes 48, 49, 50, 51 and 61 in jury, commonly known as the jury private plan changes. So the purpose of the item before you today is to make plan change 48, which is the jury centre precinct, 49, which is the jury east precinct, at the Waihoe precinct, plan change 50, and also to direct a variation to vary plan change 78 to enable the relevant residential zones within the area covered by changes 49 and 50. Todd described the process for his item just before in terms of variations on, variations off, in order to get to an ending of the process, and the same can be said to apply to 49 and 50. Carrying on, the purpose is also to make the remainder of plan change 51, the Jury 2 precinct, and the remainder of plan change 61, Waipupuki, operative. Both of those being operative in full after being part operative for a while now, since sort of the middle of last year. The dates are on there. And it has been, all of those plan changes have been through the hearing process and also the appeal process, and resolution reached in terms of the plan changes with a consent order issued in November regarding the outstanding matters. After much resolution work with the applicants and the appellants who ended up obviously appealing one or two of the plan changes, and then issues which carried over Section 274 parties and others involved in the process. Useful for me to just talk to the slide for a moment so you can see where the plan changes are relative to each other, and you've heard a little bit from me already about what they comprise, and you recognise the names. PC48 being, if you like, the central one around Jury Central, and the Kiwi plan change, if you like, and the others as referenced in the report. PC61 was the most recent one, being the Waipupuki one to the west, which initially was actually turned down, but through resolving the outstanding, resolving matters, we got to a point of making it part operative, and we've been back through, as was the planning committee at the time, to get to that state. There was outstanding issues around noise mitigation, and getting the provisions right was a matter of discussion and caucusing, and ultimately resolution with the parties concerned, Auckland Transport, NZTA, and others, to the point where the Judge Smith provided a consent order to say, yes, you may proceed making these operative. So just move on to the next slide, please, Sandra. Yes, so a little bit more further detail in terms of plan change 48, the Kiwi one, just describing the zones there for reference. And you've got a metropolitan centre zone, you've got mixed use zone to the rear, and you've got some open space between there and the motorway, if you like, to the west of the metropolitan centre zone. Council decision was appealed to by 4 parties, including Auckland Council, and was recently settled by consent order. So that was plan change 48. Oh.
No,
Operator error. 49. Go back.
Oh, 49?
49. Yeah. Okay, so the jury's precinct, Fulton Hogan, just behind 48, if you like, to the southeast, which sought to rezone about 184 hectares of future urban zone land, combination, terraced housing and apartment zone, mixed housing urban, mixed housing suburban neighbourhood centre. Decision to approve came out in May of this year, was appealed by 3 parties in this case, including Auckland Council as a submitter, and again was recently settled by consent order. Next one, so 50. Yes, to the north of Waihoihoe Road, which is in central Drury as well, or at least the start of it is. Plan change 50, promulgated by Oyster Capital, which sought to rezone approximately 48.9 hectares future urban zone land located to the north of Waihoihoe Road. Decision to approve came out from the commissioners around about May, and we've worked through the appeals. As referenced there was a case. And again, part of that consent order that was issued in November by Judge Smith. Next one, please. 51, Charles Maher, or the Maid Group, in Drury West, on the other side of the motorway. And this is comprising a business town centre zone, and some terrace housing, apartment and MHU, medium housing. The council decision was to approve, which came out a wee bit earlier in February 22, and the council decision was indeed appealed, but again recently settled. So there's been quite a bit of work done to settle the outstanding matters. Next one. And the last one there was Waipupuki precinct, the far west, if you like, in terms of the plan change groups in Drury. Decision initially to decline back in December last year, around about now, and whilst it declined the plan change, the decision clearly set out what would be needed in order to be changed in the precinct provisions if plan change 61 were to be approved. And so council's decision was appealed to the Environment Court by the applicants, by Lomai Properties, and again was recently settled in totality by way of consent order. And that's the slides. And I think I'm happy to take any questions, but I think much of what we're seeking has been covered, which is to make the plan changes operative, having gone through due process to get to this point.
Yeah, thank you very much to the both of you. Is there any brief questions on the process? No? Perfect. We have a mover in Councillor Baker and seconder Deputy Chair Dalton. Any debate? No? Perfect. All those in favour?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Councillor Walker wants his name recorded against. Any abstentions? Perfect, thank you. That is carried. Awesome, so we are on to the next one. Getting through them now. Item 12. Or just your microphone, Celia, thank you.
Plan change 63. This is in the Mount Albert Town Centre area. That's the area that's the subject of the plan change. It's Tramco land, and they applied to increase the height from 18 metres, which is the height of the maximum permitted height within the town centre, from 18 to 24 metres. So that was approved, and there were no appeals, so now it can be made operative. The next one, which is plan change 64. Wait. Anyway, 64 is actually just one site. Can you see that one?
They're two different items, so do we
Yeah,
just
they're two different items. Oh, so do you want to do first, okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, so it's to make this one operative.
Cool. Thank you, very straightforward. Once again, making plan change 63 operative. Do I have any questions? Oh, you have a mover? Councillor Stewart? No? Oh, right, sorry. All good. Do I have a mover? Oh, Deputy Chair, seconder. Councillor Filipaina to second. All those, are there any debating points? No? Perfect. All those in favour? Aye. Anyone opposed? Perfect, that is carried. Now to item 13. We've got the slide up there.
So it's this plan change is to the pink piece of land which is outlined in blue, and the plan change was requesting a change in zoning from town centre to mixed use zone. So that's again, it's Tramco land. This was approved and there were no appeals. So we can make it operative now.
Thank you, Celia. Are there any questions on this one? No. Could I have a mover? Councillor Ferry. Seconder, Councillor Darby. Any debate? No. All those in favour? Aye. Anyone opposed? No. Any abstentions? Thank you. Thank you both for very efficient decision making there. So now we move on to what is not making a plan change operative. This is quite different. We've got item 14, which is Auckland Unitary Plan approval for plan change for filming on public land scheduled at sites and places of significance to mana whenua. We'll have, I'm sure, a number of questions, but we'll go to a, there is a presentation on this one. Oh, there's no presentation. Okay. Tony, sorry, I've got through. We've got Chloe. No, I've gone the wrong one. Cool. Chloe, Marie, Tony, and oh, John can't be here. So if you just want to introduce yourselves as you need to speak and your roles and go through the process from there. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Mr. Chair, councillors and OMSB members. I'm Tony Reddy, Senior Policy Planner in Plans and Places, and I'll let Marie introduce herself. But online we have Chloe Truneau, consultant, who has prepared the Issues and Options report and was also Auckland Council's expert witness for sites of significance for Te Mana Whenua through the AUP process as well, so she has a good background in this topic.
Kia ora, I'm Marie Jenkins and I'm the Screen Facilitation Manager for Screen Auckland, so I'm looking after the permitting of filming activities in the Auckland region, and Matthew Horrocks is the Screen Auckland Manager.
Marie, I'll just get you to move the microphone a bit closer. They don't...
Is that any better?
Yeah. Just that if you pick it up and pull it forward a little bit. Thank you, sorry about that.
Oh. Do you want me to go through again? Sorry. Kia ora, I'm Marie Jenkins and I'm the Screen Auckland Manager, the Screen Auckland Facilitation Manager, and I look after the team doing the permitting in the Auckland region for filming activity on public open space.
Kia ora, I'm Matthew Horrocks, I'm the Manager of Screen Auckland. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll briefly take you through the report, and Chloe and Marie and Matthew can chip in where relevant, and then we're happy to answer questions. So just by way of background, particularly for the new councillors, currently there's a dual Auckland Unitary Plan and bylaw process for filming in public places. The bylaw is the Public Trading and Events and Filming Bylaw 2022, so it's recently been made operative. So filming is a temporary activity under the Auckland Unitary Plan, and on sites of significance to mana whenua requires limited discretionary resource consent. There are 105 sites and places of significance identified in the Unitary Plan. That's in Schedule 12 of the plan. These include Urupā, battle sites, pā, waitapu, and they're all on public places, so they're either in parks and reserves or within road reserves. Currently there's none on private land, but that potentially will change in the future. So the sites are being progressively added to by our Maori heritage team in conjunction with iwi, working through a plan change at the moment. So new sites will come on board in the future, and that will be an ongoing process with a large number of nominations to be looked at. In May 2022, the screen industry did come to the Planning Committee and highlighted the difficulties they were having with this dual process in terms of time and cost and the lack of agility. And there's a copy of the Planning Committee's resolution in the report, and essentially the committee requested a report back once discussions had taken place with iwi. So since that time, since May, Auckland Unlimited has largely driven the process, and in conjunction with Chloe, Chloe's prepared the Issues and Options paper, which is in Attachment A, And engagement has occurred with iwi at a series of hui and also one-on-one engagement meetings, and a brief record of that is in attachment B. So of the iwi that have formally responded, there has been general support in principle for looking at an alternative method to address the issue of filming on these sites. And Auckland Unlimited is about to embark on a significant further engagement and co-design in conjunction with plans and places with iwi on a replacement process. And the nature of that, what that replacement process will be, will depend on the outcome of working with iwi. And any alternative process would require the removal of the restricted discretionary activity status in the plan. So that's hence the resolution mentions the plan change. So we are, at this point in time, we're seeking the committee's endorsement of the preparation of the plan change and the further work with iwi on this replacement process. So just to reiterate, there is a lot further work to be done, but we just, at this point in the project, we want to touch base with the committee to obtain your views to make sure we're on the right track. I'll just ask if there's anything Marie, Matthew or Chloe would want to add, but that's a brief overall summary and we're happy to answer any questions.
Nothing more to add?
Yeah. Just really, I just wanted to add that we, on the facilitation team, we currently already undertake a separate process that runs in conjunction with the current bylaw for the Te Pūnamanga Authority, where they have their own kind of set criteria and conditions that we work alongside already. So on the team, we are already very familiar with trying to assist with queries around content and cultural significances with another authority. So it is something that we are really happy to do in amongst the existing bylaw and work on further work with independent iwi and hapu to get other agreements in place that our team can work alongside.
Perhaps I could just chip in if that's okay online. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Sorry.
Sorry, great. I just wanted to firstly acknowledge the importance of sites of significance and the values of the sites and reiterate that that's first and foremost in our view as we're going down this pathway to a plan change, and that the plan change by no means is trying to undermine or devalue the significance of the sites, but what we're trying to do is find a process that ensures those values can be appropriately reflected and acknowledged and considered through the filming process, while also being an efficient process to enable filming. So the plan change will work with a permitting process alongside it that will be fully engaging with mana whenua and involve mana whenua in decision making and reach agreement to do that, so that mana whenua are confident that their values of the sites are protected. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. Chloe?
Thank you. If I could just, in terms of broader context, note that the screen industry here in Tamaki Makaurau is a $1.2 billion industry. 75% of Aotearoa's total, and it's growing fast. So we are one of a genuine international film centre. This issue has been perhaps the most serious challenge that we've faced, not having access to these sites. But it happens also in the context of a long-standing and very positive relationship between our screen sector and iwi here in the city, in this region. And within our sector, Māori, of course, are very strongly represented. And that's in front of the camera, that's behind the camera, that's in terms of businesses, and that's an evolving situation, and we always want to strengthen it. But the relationship that we see with mana whenua is one of increasing strength, and it's not just around sites and places of significance, it's around talent, business, stories, business capability development, all the iwi that we've engaged with are very interested in that, and we are very engaged with it. We're just looking for a more elegant mechanism that allows the filmmakers to interact more directly with the iwi, where the mechanisms in place are supportive of that rather than being cumbersome, which is what we have at the moment. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you very much. We might just go to questions if you feel that's the right time to do that now. Member Henare.
Kia ora. Just in terms of the working with mana whenua and mātāwaka, how many of those groups have responded? Who's involved in the bringing together of this idea?
The engagement to date has been led by the Māori Outcomes team within Tātaki Auckland Unlimited. So Helen Tahira has led the engagement. We have covered a briefing and the options paper to all of the 20 mana whenua groups. Individual hui have been held with 11 groups. 3 of those groups have provided formal feedback in writing, and we've had feedback received from a further 2 in writing that we haven't held face-to-face hui with, and we have got 4 more groups that we have working with to confirm dates of hui as well. So there has been considerable ongoing engagement, and that has been led with Helen Tahira's team.
So how many have responded?
We've had 5 formal feedbacks in writing so far. We've held 11 one-on-one hui, so we've had feedback at hui, but not formally in writing, and we've had 5 pieces of writing back formally.
So if I can get this right, if I'm making a film about myself, as I would, and I wanted to hop on top of a place in Tamaki, most probably in Te Ratu Peninsula, obviously. Who do I pay? Or do I pay anybody? Do I have to pay?
Yeah, we currently operate under the Auckland Film Protocol. So on public open spaces, there is a schedule of impact fees that are listed in the Auckland Film Protocol. So if it's on public open space, those fees ranged from $50 for a low impact up to $1,600 for a major impact for a full day. That cost is invoiced currently from Screen Auckland, and 80% of that gets fed back through to the wider Auckland Council family, and it's dependent on who is the decision maker for where the filming activity happens. So if it's local parks and reserves, beaches, that predominantly goes back to the local boards. If it's on roading, that gets fed back to Auckland Transport, regional parks. So there's many varying departments within the wider Auckland Council whānau where the fees go back to. There is also a separate set of fees, like I mentioned earlier, when we are administering filming on behalf of Te Puna Manga Authority, and they have set their own fees within their documentation that gets 100% fed back to Te Puna Manga Authority.
So when Te Puna Manga Authority are involved, the fee goes to them directly.
Yeah, well, we administer it on their behalf, but it gets fed back 100% to Te Puna Manga Authority. So our team with the finance team, we journal it and pay it back to them.
But that's
So we
only
administer.
on sites that are governed loosely under the Te Puna Manga Authority.
Yeah.
Okay, so nothing else. So if it was to say on the foreshore of Te Ratu Peninsula, who would I pay it to? Screen Auckland.
it would come through, it's administered through Screen Auckland, and 80% of that would go back to the decision makers, whether we have quite a lot of filming that happens dually in a park, but also there's roads activity, so there's partial road closures. So 80% of the film fees would go back to whoever the split of the decision makers were. So it would be local boards and Auckland Transport probably in the majority of cases.
Has there ever been any thought given to, you know, because what we're talking about here is a future plan to involve mana whenua and mātāwaka. I say mātāwaka because that's who I am, and that's who I'm here on behalf of. But has there ever been any thought given to cutting out the middle person, which is you guys? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, what do Māori get out of it? I mean, you know, they're not the ones making the decision at the end of the day, but they are being asked to be part of drawing up a schedule of permitted activities and licence fees. When it comes down to it, if you're going to ask Boot Hill or film on Boot Hill, shouldn't you be paying them? Or if you're going to be filming on Whakarite territory, wouldn't you or shouldn't you directly pay and deal with Whakarite?
So to answer your question, the key relationship is between the filmmaker and the iwi, and we are very strongly encouraging that. The thing that we can do for the filmmaker and for the iwi is have a clear set of protocols that and assumptions that they're operating on. So that will be about, you know, where they're shooting, what they're shooting, how they're shooting it. Iwi will often have an interest in the content, you know, what is being shot there. And so in terms of administrating the fees, our role really is to make it as simple as possible for everyone, because we don't want iwi, you know, dealing with all of these individual, you know, applications on a bespoke basis. That, you know, that's not the main probably activity that they will be focusing in within, you know, what they think is important. So the key relationship is with them.
Just to add though that we need to design the process still with mana whenua as we develop this plan change, and those options of how mana whenua or Mātāwaka wants to be involved in decision making is one of the key aspects that we'll be working through, whether that's Screen Auckland resourcing for representatives to be within the team for permitting potentially, or how that might be resourced, is all still on the table for working through. So it's certainly not a decision that's been made yet, but one that does need to be worked through as part of this process.
Great questions and answers, thank you there. So we have another partai from Member Ashby.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. Just a few questions from me. The first one is in terms of the development of the options themselves, which resulted in the preferred option being to, through a plan change, get rid of the requirement for a consent essentially for film activity and switch that to a permit only. Did mana whenua, could you just explain, were iwi involved in that actual optioneering process and the selection of the preferred outcome, or were they just sort of consulted about your findings?
It's probably a question for me as the writer of the report. So I picked up the piece of work from a previous bit of, and it's referred to in the report, a previous options analysis by Foresight, which looked at some wider options and then focused in on the issue being the duplication of process. and that's why the options that I looked at were primarily resource consents and plan changes. I wasn't involved in any engagement directly in the preparation of that report. I understand that Auckland Unlimited had some early conversations with some mana whenua, but not all, around whether there was about the issue of filming and about the duplication of process. I just want to say, in terms of the option, and yes, the option recommended is around making activities permitted, filming activities on public places that are sites of significance permitted. But there is still some optioneering work to be worked through with mana whenua as we refine what that actually means in terms of the plan change. So whether that's, that filming is a permitted activity, or whether it's a permitted activity subject to a certain set of standards that provide, opportunity for mana whenua to be sure that those values or processes, whether it's a management plan to deal with the appropriate location of activities or what those might be. There's still, I guess I'm just wanting to say, there's still some details around what the best form of that plan change will be, and that will certainly be worked through in this next phase with mana whenua.
Kia ora, thank you, and just two more questions, but I take from that essentially that the first filter or stage of decision making has kind of set the framework then for that further engagement with mana whenua. So the first decision making, I guess, stage is to change the unitary plan in regards to this overlay, this schedule, and to proceed with the permit. So even though you didn't necessarily get opposition from the 5 out of 19 that you engaged with, the decision nonetheless has been made to pursue that line of thinking or avenue of work. And so I'm just making the point, I suppose, to be a little more blunt. You've already made the decision in terms of what the option is, and now you'll work with iwi to refine that, is my understanding. But the follow-up question, and I think you've hit on it in terms of the permitted activity status. I'm just mindful that the schedule itself, or the overlay rather, is actually relatively devoid of what we might call tikanga standards. There's stuff about archaeology and things like that in there, which is kind of nothing to do actually with tikanga. So I'm just kind of making the point that if this were shifted from RD to permitted, that it might be I guess I'm giving a strong indication from our position that be married up with a new standard that makes it very clear in terms of engagement. And I'd draw your attention to, I think it was the former Manukau City Council schedule had a category B, which had some wording to this effect in terms of iwi engagement. So it was quite enabling, but the permitted standard was for that engagement to occur. The last question I have is really a scope one, and that's, do you think that there's scope from a Film Auckland perspective in terms of that protocol being applied more broadly than just sites of significance specifically? And I'm mindful of the ONF overlay, the Schedule 14 overlay. These all have mana whenua values attached as criteria as well. So would this protocol apply to them as well? Thank you.
So Screen Auckland are really wanting to widen their relationship engagement with iwi much, much further than, and it will evolve, that it will be much further. The challenge at the moment to the industry has been around these sites and places of significance that are on the schedule that are requiring resource consent, because it is severely kind of hampering the industry for those sites because of the time frame and the cost involved. So our initial focus within this proposal is around the Schedule 12, but in our engagement to date, it's very clear that we need to look further than that after we have got that. So it is definitely something that is going to evolve and that we are looking to strengthen. And also kind of there's an education piece as well for the industry that we will be involved with as Screen Auckland to widen that out and to strengthen the relationships direct with the productions and iwi as well. So it is a much bigger piece of work, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Turner, do you have a question?
Thank you. I was recently, as a board member, involved in quite a big filming out at Watapu, and Peter Torrie was there. He was from Taiao, he's an artist and a film guy in his own right, and he put there that he represented Taiao Mahere, and that he was the kaiti as such the kaitiaki of the site during the project. He seemed to be embedded in the whole process. Is that common for mana whenua to have an embedment in each process like that?
The larger productions, that was a large international production that come on, we encourage them because we get a lot more notice earlier on with those productions. So we're able to work with them and give them more cultural advice. And we are seeing quite a turn for the industry to have cultural advisors come alongside the production to work with them to I suppose, smooth and navigate those spaces, because they never just choose one location, it's multiple locations. So having a cultural advisor that's part of a production is really advantageous for them in that relationship space, and we encourage that a lot. And we are seeing a move towards that quite a lot now, and in our engagement in this piece of work, we see that kind of rolling out kind of as part of our work as well.
Thank you. And the other question I had was, so the chair and the deputy chair is going to have this deputation, and one independent Maori statutory board member. Is that going to be a rolling membership, or will one person from the independent board be, hopefully Ed, be appointed to this?
That would be up to the independent Māori statutory board themselves. So, and the secretariat will work with the team to get that person.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. We'll come back and confirm. We just have to work through our process to make such appointments.
So do we get input into that too?
No.
Oh, bugger. Sorry.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Filipainen.
Thank you, Chair. So the consenting process and all the work that is currently happening is around the schedule for sites of significance to mana whenua. Yeah? Is there a timeline for it coming back to the committee? There's nothing in the report around that timeline. I understand you've had 13 mana whenua groups already that have been consulted, and then obviously another 7 based on 20 that you said earlier. So what time frame will we end up having?
I would like to come back to you in the first quarter of next year. We do appreciate the time today, considering the recent elections. So it's obviously a matter of serious urgency for us, but it's also one of those situations where sometimes going as fast as you can is not the right answer. The right timeline is the one that works for mana whenua. But we have had a really strong level of engagement over the last 2 to 3 months in particular, and so that we would hope to continue that momentum. But we would set a deadline ourselves. It would fit a little bit around, of course, the schedule of this committee, but we'd want to be coming back to you, I would say, end of February, early March.
Okay, and the MOU process that you've mentioned in the report as well, that's hand in hand with the 20 that you mentioned, the MOU process?
Yes, they go together, yes.
And just on 28 of the report, this is the last one through you, Chair, 28 on the report has got next steps conveyed for Tātaki Auckland Unlimited. Just explain, I'm a wee bit confused with 28. but that's normal for me. But 28, you've got to start designing a draft permitting process for sites of significant. Can you explain that number 28 for me, please?
Perhaps I can answer that, Councillor Filipina. So this is the corresponding process. So there's already the permitting process that's under the bylaw, but what we're wanting to do is by in order to get support from mana whenua for the plan change to make filming permitted, we want to make sure the permitting process is fit for purpose and addresses all the things that they would have expected to see through the resource consent process. So that's what the design, that's what that's referring to, making sure that that permitting process that sits alongside it is agreed and understood before we would notify a plan change to remove the requirement for the resource consent.
Kia ora, thank you. Chair, I'll move or even second if independent Māori when it comes to that. Kia ora.
There are no more questions. Is there a mover from the Independent Māori Statutory Board? Otherwise I can go back to Councillor Filipina. Member Ashby will move with Councillor Filipina to second. And yes, I appreciate the, we can get you to move from the table because we're now in debate. Thank you. Just briefly, thank you to the officers and mana whenua and those who have been involved with this process for quite some time. I think it will be or should be a far better process for everyone. What I see is not changing any sort of approvals. It's taking, I guess, the more westernised constructs of a resource consent and the length of time and the money and all that out of the picture, but with a far more strengthened approval process for mana whenua and the film industry. So we're removing looking to remove the kind of difficult nature that puts everyone through one process to a more streamlined and flexible process for those mana whenua and mātāwaka who choose to be involved with this process over time. So I think, we are not there yet, but I think it's a good discussion and I take heart in all the comments and questions here today. Is there any other, Councillor Filipina, you have a comment?
Just wanted to talk on what you've just said, Chair, but also just to acknowledge the staff in regards to the engagement they had with the Tupuna Maunga Authority that was mentioned in the report, but also verbally here. So I just want to acknowledge you and know that both Josephine and I, plus Kathy, we ended up going through that whole discussion around the protocol for filming on our maunga. So look, I just wanted to mihi to you as well. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor, and yeah, acknowledge the huge amount of work you did with the Tupuna Maunga on that process, which will help this process. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. I'd like to make comment and support the film industry and support this process and just say to the chair and deputy and whoever's delegated for the board, West Auckland is disproportionately represented in the filming industry. And it is a huge employer out there. The Waitakere Rangers, the Waitakere Council, when they were calling themselves an eco-council, had said they were going to support and promote industries that brought sustainable employment to the Waitakeres. And the film industry absolutely does. I see them operate out there regularly, and they are the best environmental people, protecting what they do and making sure when they leave it's better than when they got there. I also was really impressed on the filming out on the coast and watched Mr. Torre. He was essential and brought common sense to the process. Also myself there as a local board member, he and I were the only two people who were able to speak out in support of the industry against council ridiculous requirements under resource management, stuff like that, or the way the requirements are interpreted. I'm very proud of the area and enjoy sharing it with the rest of New Zealand and the rest of the world. And I know there's other people who come from the same area who do too. So I really support making this a simple, straightforward process for the industry in our area. It really helps everybody.
Otherwise they won't come.
Yeah, thank you.
Go somewhere else.
Thank you, councillor. I have no more debating points, so we'll move to the vote. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? And abstentions? No. Thank you. That is carried. Right, now we will take this opportunity at 1 p.m. to go for lunch. We'll be back in exactly half an hour. Well, I'll give you one extra minute. We'll be back at 1:30. Thank you. Okay, if maybe after lunch, or are you leaving during the lunch?
I'm just giving notice after lunch that I may have to go for 30 to
Okay, good. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I know that you are rapidly losing potentially your quorum. I wonder, normally I'd be encouraging you to take a break, but I wonder whether we could knock off one or two more items.
We've got to have half an hour lunch. The meetings haven't been that great so far this term for having breaks. So especially for the staff, they don't have a choice to sit here and eat as well. So I think we need half an hour. Yeah. We do have a few councillors online as well. Kia ora everyone. Do we have a quorum okay. We have a quorum, so we will move. Do we have the staff available? 16. Oh, we should wait for Megan.
Oh, yeah,
she's
Megan.
here. So item 15, the consideration of a private plan change request from Beachlands South Limited Partnership. So this is quite different to the making plan changes operative. This is at a different stage, which will be explained by Craig and Celia. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, good afternoon this time. This is a little bit different in terms of the staging as you introduced. The report is by Chloe Trenneth, who you've heard before for Tony's item. And it's back a few stages in the process. This time, Clause 25 determination required in order to make the call on how to proceed with the plan change. So it considers a plan change from Beachlands South Limited to rezone approximately 307 hectares in Beachlands. I think those slides are useful up there. The red line showing the area of the private plan change and Pine Harbour Marina, and also a map coming from the applicants themselves would show relative distances from the subject site to various places. Now, we've also given it's Chloe's report as well, and in speaking to her last night, we sort of came to a position of how best to approach this, given that she's been suffering COVID. So it's a bit of a tandem act required, I think, for this particular one. So Chloe, if you wanted to jump in now, through you, Mr. Chair, it being your report, otherwise I'm happy to carry on.
I'm happy for you
Sorry, I'm struggling to hear. I've got two. I can hear your voice twice, Craig, so it's hard for me to follow.
Right, okay. Well, I think, why don't I carry on for now as a way forward, unless there's some technical solution?
It's fine in the room, so it might be feedback if you want to go in and out, maybe Chloe potentially. So Craig, we'll just get you to continue. Thank you.
Should you have your speaker off?
I'll carry on anyway. So the plan changes a potential residential yield of approximately 3,000 dwellings over the live zoned part of the site. It's effectively split. We can go to the next slide, operator, please. The growth's not specifically anticipated by the Auckland Plan 2050 in this area, nor is the zone future urban in the full strategy. However, the Auckland Plan does anticipate approximately 6% of growth will occur within rural areas in and around settlements such as Beachlands. So key issues for the private plan change request are quality, compact urban form and alignment with Council's growth strategy, the proposed change in character of Beachlands by a large increase in population should it once fully developed, transport constraints, water and wastewater infrastructure and climate change. The 3,000 dwellings proposed in the live zoned area equates to approximately 12.2% of the anticipated growth in the rural areas across Auckland over the next 20 to 30 years, with additional future growth provided in the proposed future urban zone. So the future population of Beachlands would increase to over 10,000 people, which is equivalent to a number of places, and Waiku's referenced here as one of them. Further consideration of the proposal in terms of whether it achieves quality, compact urban form and a well-functioning urban environment is needed to understand whether the expanded town can function in a largely sufficient manner or whether the expanded town is predominantly reliant on the wider Auckland area. So the unitary plan does enable some growth in rural and coastal towns and villages where it maintains or enhances the character of the town and incorporates adequate provision of infrastructure. For this one, the scale and growth will change the character of beachlands as the plan changes a more intensive residential character focused in and around the new centre. If we could go to the next slide, useful. Yes, no, go back. Back. I think that'll do. The plan change is primarily residentially focused and does provide amenities and services for the wider community, including identifying zoning that would enable proposed secondary school, employment opportunities and recreation opportunities. Whilst the existing character will not be maintained, a further merits assessment is required to determine whether the character will be enhanced by the plan change. Transport constraints relate to several existing safety issues along the Whitford-Maraetai Road and limited public transport. Several intersections are proposed to be upgraded by the applicant at the applicant's cost, as well as the applicant providing a contribution towards increasing the capacity of the Pine Harbour ferry service. However, the applicant is not proposing any contribution for the widening of the Whitford-Maraetai Road to 4 lanes or the Whitford bypass, which are designated currently in the unitary plan, but not funded. Transport upgrades proposed may improve some elements of the road network, but potentially further compromise others, and further consideration is required to understand the benefits to the wider community alongside the impacts and what further mitigation may be appropriate. Auckland Transport has raised significant funding issues in relation to the existing Pine Harbour ferry and the upgrades that are required for the widening of the Whitford-Maraetai Road to 4 lanes and the Whitford bypass. And there are some concerns that reliance on the ferry service is resulting in an undercounting of potential traffic movements as a result of the plan change and therefore impacts. There's no existing capacity within the wastewater network at Beachlands and no public water supply. The applicant is proposing to fully fund wastewater and water supply to service the plan change area. They've identified several options for the disposal of wastewater, including to land, to water, and to the Beachlands Maraetai wastewater treatment plant. Water supply is proposed to be provided by groundwater bores and would be treated. Resource consents would be required in due course for the extraction. The applicant has identified options for water and wastewater servicing, and they do not require any public funding. Watercare Services has raised some concerns about the proposal, and this will require further consideration as part of the merits assessment of the plan change. In terms of the climate change, the potential adverse impacts of future development, including the use of additional private vehicles, are proposed to be offset by the applicant, offset by forest sequestration, sustainable building, including energy efficiency and rain tanks with potable water. So while the proposed precinct policies encourage the development of energy efficient buildings, including on-site generation, at this stage there's no rules in the precinct that require it. Additional capacity would support increased ferry usage, but currently most people in Beachlands travel to the east and south by way of private vehicles. At the course level of assessment, it's not possible to determine whether there would be a significant increase in greenhouse gas emissions, but it is anticipated that an ongoing reliance on private vehicles would have an impact on Council's goals to reduce what's become known as VKT, vehicle kilometres travelled, and greenhouse gas emissions. So the decision that's required at this time is whether to accept, adopt or reject the private plan change request in whole or in part, or to treat it as a resource consent application. Consideration of the detailed merits of the change request is not relevant at this stage of the process. While there may be a potential ground for rejection available under clause 25.4 of Schedule 1 of the Resource Management Act, having regard to the relevant case law, it's recommended that Council exercise its discretion and not reject the private plan change request. It is recommended that the private plan change request is accepted for processing under 25.2b of Schedule 1 and publicly notified for submissions on the basis that it's more appropriate to accept the request than to adopt it or treat it as a resource consent. We could go on to the next slides. Well, let's do that. So in terms of just describing the site and elements of the plan change, the plan change package came well supported by a host of reports, lots of reports covering the usual range of technical issues, ecology and archaeology and heritage and transport, stormwater and everything else. In terms of transport linkages, information's been supplied. We've asked for further information through the process. There's been a couple of goes at that, and information's generally been supplied when requested. Part of the requested information was around transport and it being a significant issue in this one. So in terms of the transport linkages for the plan change, everyone's somewhat familiar with the Formosa golf course and where it is. This plan change covers part of that land, or covers that land. Transport linkages traverse through the site up to Jack Lachlan Drive in the north and ultimately connect to the Whitford Maraetai Road, obviously, in the south when the fuzz is developed. So limited local road connections to Jack Lachlan Drive at the time of subdivision. There's also the Pine Harbour Ferry Terminal within pretty good walking distance for much of the site, for the northern part of the site, and a little further for the rest of the site. I think they use the term isochromes, the transport engineers, and so part of it's within the sort of 800 metre isochrome and the rest a little further afield. The proposal suggests a shift to active modes, including walking and cycling, providing connections to the Pine Harbour Ferry and an improved bus service or bus services. And internal cycling and pedestrian networks are proposed, including a coastal path walkway, which will also connect to the ferry. Go on, Celia. Wider transport linkages. There's some interesting data. The census data shows that for Beachlands, around 10% of all workers work from home. I don't know if that's growing, but that's what we had at the time. 80% by private vehicle, 6% travel by ferry, and less than 1% use bus to get to work. So travel to and from Beachlands is predominantly by private vehicle along Whitford Maraetai Road, which is a rural road with a bit of a poor safety record. Limited local bus service between Maraetai and Botany, hourly. Pine Harbour to downtown ferry service, 20-minute peak intervals on that one with a journey of about half an hour to 35 minutes or worse on a bad day, but pretty good. Proposed precinct provisions are designed to coordinate development with transport infrastructure. Development is restricted until identified transport upgrades are implemented, including roading improvements and increased ferry capacity. And they're sort of woven into the precinct provisions in that way. Celia? Part of the package of information forwarded to us was around the green infrastructural, revegetation and improvements on the site, and getting some benefits in that regard across some of the former golf course land and the land outside of the former golf course to the south. Celia? Water and wastewater I've talked about already, but just, by way of bullet points, water supply is proposed to be provided by groundwater bores, including the existing bores provided to Formosa, and resource consents are indeed required for the new bores and to vary existing permits, and the applicant proposes to seek those during the plan change process. Wastewater, existing Beachlands is served by the local treatment plant, which has no capacity to serve the proposal. Beachlands treatment options are identified, including private on-site treatment facility, and consents would be required for wastewater servicing as well. Watercare do raise concerns about the certainty of wastewater solutions. Next one. Now, this is a variation of the slide which I showed before in terms of the plan change process, but we're a little bit further back in the chain, and we see the Clause 25 decision on the left-hand side at the bottom. So having gone through it being lodged, requested further information, responses, much consideration given by Chloe and others, technical specialists advising Chloe in terms of the information requested, we've now reached this juncture of the process, the Clause 25 determination. In terms of the recommendations within the report, the recommendations are that the Planning, Environment and Parks Committee not reject the private plan change under Clause 25.4, on the basis that the grounds to reject the private plan change request under 25.4 are limited and having regard to the relevant case law. In terms of the tests identified, the request isn't frivolous. These are terms in the legislation. The applicant has provided supporting technical information and the private plan change has a resource management purpose. The request is not vexatious and the applicant is not acting in bad faith by lodging a private plan change request. There's history behind those provisions, how they got there, I guess. The substance of the request has not been considered within the last 2 years. Due to the lack of funding available for transport infrastructure required to support the development of beachlands, a coarse grain assessment of the request indicates that this aspect of the private plan change may not be in accordance with sound resource management practice. However, as more detailed information relating to the impact of the development on the transport network, both positive and negative, and the cost of transport upgrades needed becomes available, there does remain the prospect that a funding solution can be found. While the Council could reject the private plan change request for processing under this ground, the recommendation is that it is reasonable for the Council to exercise its discretion to not reject the private plan change under this ground. So a coarse grain assessment does not indicate that the private plan change, if accepted for processing, will make the Auckland plan contrary to Part 5 of the Resource Management Act, and provisions of the unitary plan subject to the private plan change requests have been operative for at least the past 2 years. So the recommendation to accept the private plan change request by Beachland South Partnership Limited for the 307 hectares, which are the subject site, pursuant to clause 25.2b of Schedule 1 for the following reasons. Accepting the private plan change request for notification will enable a range of matters, including infrastructure funding, to be considered on their merits during a public participatory process, with submissions and much consideration through that process as per normal, if you look at that flowchart. It is not inappropriate to adopt the private plan change. The private plan change proposal is not identified as a location for future growth in the Auckland plan, future urban land supply strategy, and there is currently no provision for funding for the full costs of water and wastewater infrastructure required, or the necessary transport upgrades, including the widening of the Whitford-Maraetai Road, for which there's a designation been in place for a while. It's not appropriate to deal with the private plan change requests as if it was a resource consent application, as the request seeks to rezone a substantial area of land for development over a period of time, rather than undertake a single development project. So I think that's it from me in terms of description. I'm happy, well, Chloe may want to come in with some additional stuff, Mr. Chair. Additional information.
Kia ora, thank you. Did Chloe come back on from the technical difficulties she was having? I don't see her back, so we'll just assume she couldn't.
It's on us then.
Cool. Questions we have first, Councillor Williamson. And then Councillor
Mr. Chairman, I'm probably going to need your assistance in terms of what progresses here. I heard you earlier say we can't debate this stuff now because it's been done before. Given I'm a brand new councillor and I would really like to just have a little bit of a say in this. This particular development, I would be...
Could I confirm? You can, this one you can absolutely debate. This is not, this is pre plan change hearing. So okay. This is questions and debate.
Okay.
But it is quite a narrow debate. It's around whether we should accept, adopt or reject. Okay. And then we also have narrow reasons we can do that. But you can absolutely ask questions on whatever.
So all I wanted to say, and I'll try and do it very briefly so I don't bore everybody, is if this was being done in isolation somewhere away from everybody, have 100% tick through. I believe in development like this. The concern I've got as a member for the Howick ward is that this Beachlands Maraetai is feeding so many more people into our area for schools, for our roads, for our medical care at the A&E centres and so on. With these levels of population growth, without the corresponding schools and their own medical service, the pressure that'll come on Pakuranga Highway and a whole lot of other roads that feed from there to the city. My intention is to vote against this simply because I think it needs to be reconsidered in the impact of it has on a flow-through zone, which is the only way you can get to Auckland is to come through us. And our roads can't cope with what we've got. Our schools can't cope. Principals are saying we're getting a huge number of kids coming from out there already by way of vans and buses and all sorts of, that's just only going to grow. And so the reason I will vote against it is not because I'm opposed to the concept of it, but I'm very concerned about the impact through us and would like more consideration for that to be given.
Yeah, Councillor Williamson, I might get Megan to, so, because I agree with you, but we have in the past, and this is not because you're new or anything, we've done it ourselves previously, have rejected something when we haven't actually had the legal ability. So, so Megan might go through how we could still oppose it even if we're accepting it. It's a bit confusing, but Megan will try and get through that.
No pressure, Mr. Chair. As the Chair said, there are three decisions or three options for you today. It is to accept the private plan change, to go through the process. So it's not about whether or not you like it or that you agree with everything. It's just about accepting it in the first gateway to go through into a hearing and submission process. The second option is to adopt it as your own. So that means it becomes, instead of being sitting out there as a private applicant, it becomes a council plan change. So you have taken it on yourself and you continue it through the process. The third option you have is to reject it. So for various reasons, and we can talk those through if that's where it goes, you would decline the ability to start the process. So those are your three options: to accept it through, to start the process, to adopt it as your own, or to reject it and not allow it. So I think maybe once there's some other questions, if the committee is of a mind to reject or not accept, then maybe we can discuss what that might look like in terms of your reasons for doing so.
Can I then ask you, if we went with option one is to start the process, are we going to be given an assurance that that process will take account of externalities like impact on other communities and collateral damage to infrastructure elsewhere? Because a whole lot of that report was all about what this thing will do and the streets around it and the neighbourhood. I'd be happy for a process to begin that identified the lack of all of the things I just listed, and that they need to be in, you know, and I would think the developers should be paying a huge chunk of money towards roading infrastructure that's got to go in and so on. But if just voting for the process to start, but those will all be taken account of, I'm okay with that.
Okay, Councillor Williamson, absolutely. So at the moment there's no mover and seconder. I've had an indication from Councillor Baker and Councillor Filipina to move and second, but I have added, and this might help you make your decision or not, I've added, and I think Andy and Alf are fine with that. So this is essentially an add-on, much like we did with Drury. We sort of didn't have the reasons to stop the process, but we are signalling that we will submit against with these caveats. So seeking to have the private plan change declined unless council's concerns around transport infrastructure funding, financing, delivery, climate change and impacts, and any other relevant matter. We could widen the scope of that.
We just widen that to impacts on neighbouring wards?
And what would be the...
Can we, sorry, through the chair, I've made a note of that. Maybe as the discussions continue, maybe that becomes clear about what those words might be, and we can maybe come back to that. But just to say, this is what we did with Drury, so it allows the process to begin. But if this committee has got concerns about it, then it allows us to make a submission, and we are considered a submitter at the same time. You still have that opportunity, though, to reject it outright. So again, there might be some further questions and discussion around that.
So yeah, in the past when we have rejected, it essentially goes to court anyway and starts the process itself without our sort of, that in the past that has happened. Member Hirare.
I personally am absolutely in favour of it, the plan change. Here's why.
Councillor Hirare, Member Hirare, if we just...
Morris had some call to read and ask a question. So.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll try and keep it to, I guess he was trying to understand what his vote would mean, and so if you can focus your comment to a question is, I mean, you can give a preamble to the question, but I think we can debate it, or I guess just go. Sorry, member.
You want me to wait?
If you have, maybe it's a clarifying comment then, if you're wanting to give your, is that correct at the end? That might be the question.
No, not really. I just think you're all wrong. And I'm about to say why I think you're wrong, but I can wait if you want me to.
Well, it may be helpful for the discussion starting off. This is the first time we've done this this term, so if you want to help, yep.
Well, but basically, I'm actually gobsmacked that I live in a community where there are literally hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of apartments going up. I've got 16 across the road from me. No new infrastructure, more kids at school, more people in the chemist, in the medical centre, just like what Morris says. But these are all working class kids. These are all working class families that actually are trying to look for a home and a place to live. But when we ask that, we see a plan out east, we get, oh no, we can't afford the infrastructure, we can't afford this, can't afford that, school's not big enough, we haven't got enough schools. We haven't got enough schools in Te Ratu. We haven't got enough resources in Te Ratu. But there are literally hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of new homes that have gone up in my area, the suburb that I live, and I haven't got any say about it. There was no plan change. And here's the other thing. This development, for the first time that I've seen, has actually got a Māori development partner, a local iwi, as part of the ball game. And we're about to say, and we want to say no.
No, it was just me.
Oh, don't worry. Yeah, okay, it's just you. But we're about to even have a discussion about those sorts of things. So I think that even the change that I see up there is yeah, it just seems to me that we jump in the gun a bit here. If you want to say no, that's cool. But these guys, these people will go to court and we will lose.
Thank you, member.
Spend your money. In a time where the mayor has said we want to save money, we're about to spend money to say no to a development that actually brings in people and brings in more money, more rates money for Auckland. Go for it.
Thank you, member Henare. I guess what my additional chair's rec there is accepting it. It's moving it on, but with a caveat that because, and I guess unlike Te Atatu, there was a process, the unitary plan that did go through, and that was the ability to people to have the say then, 2013, 14, 15, 16, which then allowed for that intensification.
You're talking to a former politician, so
No.
don't...
I guess I'm clarifying this area was never, this area, and I guess the issue is this area was not ever predicted for development. And so as I guess, this is my opinion, the issues across the city in like Te Atatu Peninsula is the lack of infrastructure, and what we're trying to do is not make that exacerbate that.
It's okay for us, but not for them.
No, that's not what I was saying.
That's exactly what you just said. Because that's exactly what people in Te Ratu are faced with.
Yeah.
No more resources.
Cool.
Well, infrastructure, more infrastructure.
Yeah, member Henare, I guess I don't know how to... Okay, Tau, we'll just go to the other 4 questions and then maybe try and come back to, and then you'll get to debate again at the point in time. Councillor Ferry.
Thanks. I just have a very quick question around local board views. I note in the report they're not required, and I acknowledge that. The fact that Andy's moving it suggests that the local board's probably okay with it, but I did just want to get a sense of that, noting they've had a presentation on it. Do we have any sense of their views on whether we should put this through to the process? Thank you.
I mean, I'm sure they've had a presentation from Beachland South in terms of a representation or delegation to the local board, but at this stage of the game, typically local board involvement is pretty limited. We would be seeking their views. Were it to go forward, we would be seeking their views as part of the normal process after the submissions are received. So typically, well, I go to local boards a lot to talk about things. So what happens is submissions come in, there's a report written that says there were X in favour and Y against. Here are the key issues. Please provide your views, and they'll be considered by the Section 42, the planners report within that process as part of their recommendations, which then go to the commissioners who make the decision. So that's typically when the local board perspective is really brought to bear in the process. So later on down the track in terms of that flow chart.
Sorry, I do understand that because I have been on a local board.
Yes, yes, indeed.
What I was really asking for is whether they have given an informal indication. Okay, Andy's nodding, so that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferry. Councillor Newman. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. One of my questions was about the local boards, why they weren't sought for options to reject or accept, and that's not just the Franklin local board. I think that the Howick local board would have to be as well. Knowing that area very well, out there, I think it's a little bit different to Te Atatu, and I've got family that live in Te Atatu, as Taiao knows. Okay, so I'm for everybody now. But the concern is out in Pine Harbour beachlands, there's no connection to wastewater or water. Most of the water is bore water, or they rely on tank water. And being the chair of civil defence, I'm really concerned about water hydrants and fires and that sort of thing. Transport, that's another biggie. Schools, there's no schools out there. We've got literally thousands of college students that are having to bus into Howick, St Kitts, wherever they can get into to school. So that's another concern. I'd be all for this development if I thought that this development could push us over the line and we could actually get some schools and some other infrastructure out there. If you know that road, the Whitford Road into Howick.
Maybe if we just try and keep it into questions.
Well, I'm saying if, that's a question, if you knew the road out there, it's very, very narrow. It's a problem. So,
if you'd like to, so I'm happy for you to debate this at debate. But was there a question around what would happen around this infrastructure? Is that where you are wanting an answer
that's
from?
one of the questions, and I was just saying that I could possibly support it if I knew, and if maybe it could be answered if I knew there was going to be a real push to make sure there's a school out there. There's literally thousands of children out there, no schools, not once, no colleges, no intermediates. I think there could be a couple of play schools. There is a primary school, but that is it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Vanessa, are you coming to the table for? No?
No.
Celia?
Through the chair, I think Craig can answer that question for you.
Yes, I can, in as much as, the plan change isn't to include a school necessarily, but the plan change is purporting to enable the provision of a school on site. There has been interest in investigations by the Ministry of Education, as they do, around the region, and I did see Beachlands on the map for investigation for a secondary school, and I happened to be in this location. I think part of the applicant's case is that with the population growth that would come with it, you'd be suddenly above thresholds necessary to achieve a local secondary school and thus save a lot of the traffic going eastwards into Howick and St Kitts and all the other places on a daily basis, and then the tide goes back the other way just after 3:30 or 3 o'clock, depending. So that's as much as I know in terms of interest from the ministry about a secondary school on that site. And I rather suspect the applicants would be advancing that investigation as much as they can in terms of liaison with the ministry. But we're at that stage of the process where were it to go on, there'd be further investigations of finer grain detail, not just the course level, which we're limited to at this stage. But that's what I've heard.
So just one further question, just with NZTA and with the roading. You know, one of the other concerns, maybe you've got an answer. What would happen if we get further development out there? We're going to have potentially 3,000 there. Then we've got Formosa that's also wanting to develop, so that could be an extra another 10,000. We could have 30,000 people living out there, and we have a country road, a very narrow bridge where there's a lot of accidents that happen. So I do know that area, and you know, and I'd like it to develop out there, but the roading and the infrastructure, it's just not going to cope. Already, every morning, there's gridlock. Just about every second day, there's a serious accident out there. The emergency services can't get out there. And when we've had flooding and stormwater...
Councillor, just back to a question, because you can have a debate at debate. We're not at that time yet.
Do you know if NZTA is going to do anything?
I don't know if it's necessarily NZTA would get involved in this one. I think it's primarily the domain of Auckland Transport, and certainly through the process so far, there's been pretty clear signals, information coming from Auckland Transport as to the general concern at existing levels of problems. I've been out there a number of times recently myself, and it's certainly mixed. Sometimes it's great, sometimes it's terrible. And they're saying existing problem, there's existing designations in place for improvements. It's just there's no funding in place for that. The applicants themselves, I think on page, certainly into the report, I won't bore you, page 9, have referenced a funding contribution, which they're, page 9, looking to make. And part of that's to address intersection improvements and also a contribution to the ferry service. Chloe, the report author, is communicating. Sorry, Mr. Chair, it just makes it a bit difficult. Applicant's assessment indicates the road does not require 4-laning until the future urban zone is developed, but that is something Chloe advises will need to be worked through the plan change process. But yeah, sort of back to where I was, there is a funding plan that's been offered thus far, and in terms of the partners for the plan change applicants, you know, you've got some fairly significant partners in that regard. There's a long way to go in transport issues, there's no doubt about it, and funding and dealing with problems will be part of it. Were it to go forward, were that to be part of your decision?
Through the Chair, if I can just add, the transport infrastructure is a significant issue here, and so you're right to raise it. The applicant has provided some advice around certain levels of development and improvement to the transport network, and they will contribute to some of that. Auckland Transport also believes there is more that needs to be done. That is a matter, I guess, of when you move through the process to do that detail later on. But let's be really clear, it is an issue, and that's why I think the Chair has put this amendment up, or sorry, in addition, in terms of submitting on it, because it is something that this council should be concerned about.
Member Ashby.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question regarding the Māori impact statement, and on paragraph 138, you note that Ngāi is a development partner. So the question is, how has council reflected the RPS, I think it's B6 requirement, to give effect to supporting Māori economic wellbeing and development of land? If that's clearly an element at play here, just interested in your comments, if that's a live element. how it's been reflected in the, or if it's been reflected in the thinking. And the second question is just so that if I could have your assistance in this. The resolutions, as I understand them, are simply about accepting the plan change proposal, which will then run through its own open process where the public and the council can debate the merits of it. So I'm just would appreciate that clarification. I think it's quite clear, but I'm just wondering if everyone around the table understands that. Kia ora.
Craig, if maybe you could answer the first question, and then on the Māori impact statement. Microphone.
In terms of liaison that's gone on underway, already by the applicant, it seems to us there's been a fairly strong effort made to contact all of the Māori whenua, and ultimately Ngāi ki Tamaki has moved forward with the applicant, inclusive of a equity stake in the development as well, as I understand it. And in terms of Ngāi providing a cultural values assessment in relation to the plan change, they have. In terms of the recommendation to accept, I don't know if there's any explicit, and I'm speaking for someone else, bear in mind, so my memory, there was a lot of swatting went on just before the meeting. Explicit reference to the RPS provisions relating to cultural development or development of, as you discussed, that have come through in Chloe's report. But I think we're also under pressure, Chloe particularly, to keep the report as brief as possible. And it has already grown to 27 pages. But I think the recommendation, being what it is, might provide an indication in that regard.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't wish to enter into the debate at this point. I have a question specifically of you, although I put it in the context of the fact that I favour this because I think it may bring daylight onto a number of issues that we really want to see as an exemplar going forward in terms of infrastructure. So can you scroll up, please, so I can just see the additional wording that you had there? Mr. Chair, I'm a little bit worried that while I understand your intention here, it sounds a little, firstly, could infrastructure and funding be better wording? Because what I'm hearing by way of concerns from colleagues is not just around transport infrastructure, around other infrastructure. So if you were to make it more general in terms of infrastructure and funding, that might address it. And I also have a little difficulty in being quite as bold on one to say that the plan change be declined, because that shows perhaps a bit of predetermination that may suggest, there may be other factors. So I wondered whether you would seek to modify those words, particularly around infrastructure and funding, because then that also takes into account the issues that are the responsibility of central government as well. And, I'd like to see this proceed today, but in a way that gives everyone a measure of comfort and addresses those concerns that we have been unable to do in other areas, as I've expressed earlier today on qualifying matters. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. And I guess it is slightly complex now because I've given over the full resolution, including the addition to Councillor Baker and Philippina. I guess the intention with this is to accept it, not reject it. So it goes to the through the process. But D is similar to what we did on Drury, because there was a lot of opposition to we should reject Drury, but there wasn't grounds to do that. So I don't believe, and we don't believe, there was enough grounds to reject. But because this is rural land, never ever expected in the next 30 years to have any development, the issue is that we have to be clear about what officers will be preparing as submitters and that is around the fact there is no infrastructure, the fact it's a climate concern and all that. So I guess.
So may I, through you, ask the mover and the seconder whether they would entertain infrastructure and funding rather than the way in which it's expressed at the moment?
I certainly would. I mean, I was a little nervous in D1 in terms of just how staunch it was, and but I understand the issues that we have, and you know what, this is obviously a starting point for, you know, a negotiation potentially in terms of how do we get this and get the right result, and so, you know, I'm going to speak to it into debate, but you know, I'd be happy with a broadening out of that, and in terms of you know, adding, you know, a wider description of, you know, removing the transport and just having infrastructure, because a lot of it is contained within, you know, it's referenced in the report as to what, you know, the applicant is proposing to do. You know, and this puts a little bit of a heat on them, I suppose, to say, well, you've proposed it, let's see how strong you are. And, you know, and I'd like to think they're as good for their word. And so it's, you know, and it's, then the declining is maybe it's a different wording there in regards to that, you know, that our submission is one that strongly, you know, or requires or you know, I don't know. It's a wordsmithing so we get the right result.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder whether it could be something that we could have a little bit of time on to get the wording right, because this could become a really interesting precedent for others that might come our way.
Yes, the wording here, I did ask for staff advice during, and maybe I'll get Megan to maybe talk about the process from here if this was the wording, and then we, if we need to change it.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So if you did choose to include this new D, you need to provide advice or direction to us about the nature of the submission you want to make. And again, with a submission, effectively there are three options. You either you agree with it, you agree with the proposal, you agree with it with amendments or with modifications, or you oppose it or decline in this case. So we probably need one of those three words to help direct us as to the kind of things you want us to talk about. And of those three, while it does sound harsh, the decline at least indicates the concerns. It may not be full opposition, it may be in some areas, but it also may just be concerns about these elements which we've listed and that we'll keep working through to make sure the words are right. And then you'll see in 2 that if in fact as we get through mediation, as the hearings go through, and if it is going to be approved, then we would take the view that we would like to continue to work to look at the kinds of conditions and modifications which might meet our needs as well. So it's really all about providing direction to the staff about the kinds of things you want us to talk about in the submission. You're right, decline sounds harsh, but it's kind of the three options is the one that fits the most.
So maybe we'll just do a 2-minute to discuss it, if that's okay with staff. But I guess the issue is, and I understand where Toe came from, you know, we're not stopping the process, we're continuing the process. But the issue is much like Drury, we gained a lot of things through appeals, because we had a motion like this. Obviously the development went ahead, but then we got extra infrastructure and extra things part of that. So the issue is if we're not strong enough, then
Chair, just clarification around it while it's still getting wordsmith. Around transport, the removal of the word transport and leaving it with infrastructure, because the infrastructure word covers what's been put into the report. So as Councillor Baker suggested around the transport by putting it as infrastructure covers everything. And that's my only comment in regards to a compromise. Because it's got in there the infrastructure, as Councillor Fletcher said, it also around the water concerns and the bore, everything else. If we end up leaving it at that, that just gives us that open sort of, yeah, that's just my whakaaro.
Did you want an adjournment for a minute or two to discuss this, or do we feel like we've got the words?
I'm okay with that. Just what the rest of or maybe there's some more questions we can still keep.
Cool. Okay, so we'll go to Councillor Turner. Thank you. Councillor Bartley.
Oh, I just wanted to know that when we've had past developments in beachlands, was the same, do we look at the same kind of response as what we're having now, or is it a matter of this being a bigger scale? Same response?
During the Manukau times. So it was a rural settlement, a coastal settlement that grew through their district plan provisions many years ago. So yeah, there wasn't a private plan change to develop it. It would have been a development that came through with other consents for that area, but it must have been zoned under the Manukau plan for development.
That's correct.
So this plan change, I think, more than doubles the population of beachlands. This is quite different to any consent or.
So this plan change is going to be changing rural land into urban land and picking up the Formosa Golf Club, which is part of it, as part of the development land.
Right. No more questions? Yeah, I'll just go to Councillor Watson then.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And I don't know if it's been covered or not. As I understand it, beachlands, and it may well be in the report, was the only location in Auckland where Auckland Transport identified transport constraints as a qualifying matter in this Plan Change 78 process. So that's the only place in the whole of Auckland. So my question there is, in light of that rather unique and damning indictment of the inadequacies, I understand how constrained we are in terms to, reject it at the first post. And I agree with the D, is that fact that was the only qualifying matter that was established, is that grounds for conceivably even rejecting it right at the start? That's my only question, given that in the whole of Auckland the transport was so lacking that and we only just did that a few months ago, so it's not historic. So could I have an answer to that, please?
Yeah, so as far as I understand, the qualifying matter for transport in beachlands was so clear that we haven't even increased the MDRS there, or our plan there is to not allow any growth, and that was before this came. So it is quite a stark difference if we accepted before. If maybe I could have a comment from Megan on that to clarify.
Through the chair, look, a reminder here, this is all rural zone land, so none of this was planned possibly ever to be developed, but certainly not in, for council's perspective, for at least 30 years. So it's a significantly different kind of development that we would be expecting. There are some constraints on us in terms of this particular process that the RMA sets out and this particular first gateway of setting the process. There are grounds to reject it if that's what you wish to do, in our view, but there are legal risks that come with that, and so overall the recommendation is to accept it, and the chair has said, also added that we should therefore do a submission to deal with some of these issues. So you're right, Councillor Watson, the fact that we've put a qualifying matter already, which is still subject to hearing, so of course that may fail, it may not, it may be entirely appropriate as well. These things have come kind of at the same time, so we're a little unclear yet about whether that qualifying matter is justified under that particular part of the Act. But it clearly shows that we already think there are transport issues, and therefore, if this does proceed through the process, we need to be really clear and work with the applicant as a regulatory authority and as a submitter as well to work out what the implications are. And the applicant has accepted that in the sense that they know that there needs to be some transport upgrades. They are proposing to contribute to some of those. Auckland Transport believes there's even more that needs to be done, and that's a matter of merit that if this proceeds through, will be dealt with in the hearing. So it's a real issue that you've raised.
Sorry, can I just add something? So there's also a qualifying matter in relation to water and wastewater in the Beachlands area, the existing Beachlands area. So it's already, so there's like a double qualifying matter there. And that's why we don't want to see further development happening in the existing settlement.
Thank you. Tau.
Kia ora. On 32 and 33, but more importantly, point 33, it says that a draft funding plan that identifies $75 million contribution by the applicant to transport infrastructure upgrades, including several intersections, and $16 million contribution to ferry services. Is that true, or, there's a statement there that says that the developers will pay for $75 million and upwards of $80 or $81 million of infrastructure work. Is it? Take that with face value, or?
Well, happy to answer through you, Mr. Chair. That's been presented as part of the package of information. Crown Infrastructure Partners, as well as that was initially a letter from Crown Infrastructure Partners discussing their participation in that, and then later on, upon prodding, show us your detail, further information was provided, which 75 million break down to Woodford, Maraetai Road, Jack Lachlan intersections, etc., which is on page 9 of the version I've got.
Thank you, Tau. Right, I think we have all the questions done. Any more? Forever hold your peace. Cool, so we'll move to comment. Oh, count.
If I may, just picking up on what Tau had to say, if you go to number 8, under transport, it says transport upgrades proposed may improve, where is it? However, the applicant is not proposing any contribution for widening Woodford Road and the 4 lanes or the Woodford bypass, which are both designated but not currently funded. And that's the real bottleneck, and that's the real bottleneck.
Thank you. Right, we'll ask the officers to move from the table. We have a motion on the table, moved by Councillor Baker, seconded by Councillor Filipaina. Did you want to lead, Andy, or finish, or both?
I get the chance to do both, don't I? So look, obviously I've represented this area for 12 years, and so I know it better than anyone in this room. There are issues. Beachlands has doubled in size since 2010 because of planning decisions of the past. You cannot deny that, and that is the fact. It was left out of future urban zoning during the unitary plan work. There's a future urban zone randomly in Maraetai, just a few kilometres to the east. There are existing, as has been identified, there are existing infrastructure issues, including water and transport. They are existing issues. If this plan change goes through, it is the opportunity to fix those issues because it creates scale and it creates the opportunity that includes education. The local board that I was previously chair of was donkey deep in discussions with the Ministry of Education to try and get them to commit to a secondary school to complement the 2 primary schools that currently exist in that area. 9 buses leave Beachlands currently every day to take students not only to Howard College but to Sancta Maria, to schools all over South Auckland, because that is where they go and they have to go. And so whilst I had some nerves in regards to the wording of the new chair's rec, I understand why we are doing that, because it brings people to the table. We must, in my view, the appropriate course of action here is to accept this, is to get the discussion started, is letting the commissioners decide what is appropriate and move on. And Howick is not the final destination of everyone that lives in Beachlands.
What?
They go over, I know, hard to believe. They do go over Sandstone Road into Flatbush and off. They do go along Whitford and through Whitford and out through Brookby and into Manarewa and other places. And so, yes, it's important, but we just need to move on and accept this and get on with it and let the process start.
Kia ora, we do need a little less over talk. I'm happy for both of you to have your speaking turn, if that's okay. Next up, we have Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. Yeah, Chair, look, I like the wording as written, and honestly, I think it's time that we get some guts as a council. We stand up and we say, look, there are parts of the city where we should no longer be building all the way out with respect to this area, in the middle of nowhere, then expecting people to drive to work. That is terrible in so many ways, and it's the old way that we've always done in this city, just building out these huge suburbs miles out, and then everybody drives to work and drives to school, etc., etc. What we haven't mentioned in this debate is climate. This is a horrible, horrible development for climate change and emissions reduction. I think we need to be really strong about this and say no way to this. And I'm really glad that the wording of this is not it reflects that. Sorry, I'm struggling to be clear. I'm still a bit sick, but Member Henare, I just want to say you're 100% correct, and I feel the same anger that you do. Being a Te Aratū South resident, I know exactly what you're talking about, and this is the experience of a lot of suburban Auckland, actually, not just West Auckland. But look, I'll just finish up by saying, look, if I may say, colleagues, I've been banging my head against the wall for a long time now about this. When you don't zone centrally located areas for housing, areas that are close to jobs, close to study, close to public transport, this is exactly what happens right in front of you. Housing has to go somewhere. So when we artificially hold our housing supply down in these wealthy communities in the central suburbs, this is what happens. This is the alternative in front of you. People that have concerns about this development, frankly, should probably sit down and reflect upon those concerns, because this is exactly where our planning regime has been leading for decades and decades, continues to lead, because we've done nothing about it. So I'm pretty mad about this, and I think we should get rid of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Newman.
Well, he's wrong, because a developer wants to make some money, which is why the application's going in.
Councillor Newman, just...
That's not called for, Chair.
Yeah, we're all allowed to have our views and maybe talk to the motion, not the people.
I don't interrupt you.
Chair, I just wanted to thank you for the way in which you're trying to navigate this. I think that the debate's been quite interesting, and I also want to acknowledge Megan and the officers for the work that they're trying to do in relation to this. Look, Councillor Williamson, this really shouldn't be. This has to be approved for consideration, not adopted. It has to be approved for consideration, because that's the way in which the matters that you've legitimately raised are going to be canvassed. But Chair, you are absolutely right that the matters that do need to be canvassed relate to how one mitigates effects, and it is primarily infrastructure related, but it does go a little bit beyond infrastructure. The receiving environment in relation to the water catchment there is not good. Also, too, the advice that's been received in relation to, well, the whole of the area would have to be built out before that would trigger the requirement for the 4-lane highway. I kind of feel that would be miles too late, And to be perfectly honest, this will just trigger even more demand for what will be the Mill Road corridor, because it will all just channel down through Botany and up through Redoubt and out the back of Tuckanini and beyond. Look, Chair, I think, frankly, for his sins, Councillor Williamson should be part of this too. He should be participating in what are the mitigations that would be required for the plan change, and if you thought that was a wise thing to do, I think he should be encouraged to be part of that as well. But in any event, I'm happy to support the recommendations, but Councillor Williamson is new and he should be required to participate in providing some very vigorous planning evidence to support whatever the council's submission will be.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. Councillor Darby.
Yeah, well, look, thank you, Councillor Henderson, for your comments. I was thinking the same, maybe not as much energy, Councillor Henderson, but I did appreciate your comments. Yeah, how do you put this? We have to, by the look of it, we've looked at the, our legal advice in the past, and we don't have anything in front of us that presents us with the opportunity to reject this. But in my eyes, should be rejected because it's just super sprawl by the New Zealand Super Fund. And this is a public entity looking to financially plan our futures, our retirements, and it's using, it's living in the past really, tackling this one. It's got an enormous climate footprint, this, and in my eyes it's just yesteryear, yestercentury development concept for how a city should unfold. Kāinga Ora passed this up after advocacy. They had advice that they should be picking this Formosa course up when it was on the market a few years ago. Wisely, they rejected it because they did not see it as a place for future Aucklanders to be living, or the Aucklanders they're responsible for at least. So, yeah, this is just poorly considered New Zealand Super Fund, super sprawl outcome. And it's really disappointing, and I think we do need to follow through really hard on ensuring that they can cough up every dollar to provide the infrastructure to make that work. But it'll still be remote, it'll still be at the other side of Auckland, and it'll still channel through the Howick ward, whichever way, because you can't ferry people out of there. You're going to have an incredible bus network that's running and funneling right through the Howick ward. Yep, we will have the Eastern Busway up and running. That'll be a good thing, but it'll never be running out there. There might be some priority lanes. That'll be good, but this is just disappointing to see the New Zealand Super Fund along with Russell Group take this one on when no one else wanted it. They have sold a golf course though and bought a golf course.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Turner.
Just three questions, just for my own lead, if I could. Councillor Henderson, I presume...
Councillor, sorry, we can't ask questions now. We're in debate, and we can't ask questions of each other during this process either. So you could pose your questions maybe as comments, but please try and keep it to the issues, not other councillors.
All right, I was just trying to take a lead. I presume that from Councillor Darby's comments that Councillor Henderson and him are in agreement, but I just wonder how that fixes the problems like Te Ata 2, which are people-bound. And then I wondered, I was going to ask the question before, I don't know the process well enough to realise where I can come in and I can't. Maybe I can just push in like Toe does. I wanted to know if the Maori entity in this project was just a commercial one, or I was hoping, do they have teeth that can bring change? How do we say yes to this with some sort of confidence that we can put the horse before the cart? And the infrastructure problem coming last is a huge problem right across the city. I'll just take people's leads by seeing how they vote, I suppose, seeing I can't ask questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walker. Councillor Running, please.
Just need a little bit of water to assist my mental functioning. I just have a concern that could be rectified by way of addition, and that is that the issue is not simply around infrastructure funding, finance and delivery. It's also about the provision of infrastructure itself and the ability of infrastructure to even cope. And I'm referring to water, wastewater, roading, public transport, not simply in the immediate vicinity, but elsewhere. And there is no way that any funding will actually address those issues, particularly given the fact that our development contributions are woefully inadequate. So I'm interested in the addition of infrastructure generally. So infrastructure funding, finance and delivery, but infrastructure itself is fundamental because that goes to the sustainability of this whole matter.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Chair Angela Dalton.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I was just going to speak in support of accepting this to go through the process, but we need to make sure that that submission is quite strong around the relevant points. But look, it's got every right to go through the process, and to reject is going to land us in court. That's going to be expensive. There's no guarantees that we would win. In fact, it's probably unlikely that we would win. And so there goes a whole lot of time and resource as well as cost to our council and to, importantly, the ratepayers of Auckland. So this is, I hear what Councillor Henderson is saying. He's absolutely been consistent right the way through. And I understand where he's coming from. But I think this partnership just needs to be called on the strength that it has to deliver some of these things that we're asking for, especially through Crown infrastructure partners. Partnership with iwi is magical. And so let's just get it through the process and put in our submission with all of our concerns that we have, which keeps us in consistency with what we've done with Drury and other plan changes as well. So I'll be supporting the recommendations. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, Deputy Chair. Are there any other speakers?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I was seeking a change.
Okay, so
I'm suggesting that the matter is not simply infrastructure funding, financing and delivery. It's also infrastructure itself.
Okay, so it's probably out of order that I'm letting you speak again. We did have the discussion of the changes back then, but I will say we will be ensuring that that is covered under any other relevant matters, which is a bit of a catch-all to help your position has been heard clear. Would you like a speaking turn, Councillor Filipainen?
And it'll be 30 seconds, Chair. Look, I just want to acknowledge, and Councillor Baker's timing me, but just want to acknowledge your recommendations that we both accepted. Also to the staff in regards to where we are. The most relevant thing for me in regards to this is in the recommendations that was under A, number 1, the grounds to reject a private plan change request under clause 25(4) of Schedule 1 unlimited and having regard to relevant case law. That's exactly it. That's why I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. And if there are no other speakers, I'll speak and then give Councillor Baker if he chooses to. So just briefly for me, when I saw this, my instinct was clearly to reject, much like Drury and others, that it goes against the Auckland Unitary Plan, the Auckland Plan, even the Government and Nationals Plan for the MPS, MDRS. It goes against everything that we are doing for climate change because it does force 10,000 people to be living without the infrastructure and the access to all the things that many of us are trying to get our communities, but we don't have the funding for, as other members around this table have just spoken about. Their communities are already lacking that infrastructure because we continue to make the same mistakes. I then heard from the officers and from Councillor Baker and understood that is not a helpful way forward to reject. So, and I do not have the luxury as chair just to throw my vote against something without the proper consideration. So what I have tried, and thank you, and I'm glad that Councillor Baker and Councillor Filipaina have accepted the Chair Rex onto that, is around getting around the table, ensuring we are strong about the issues that we face as a city. We are billions behind in infrastructure, and if we continue to add more without having the ability to have that strong discussion with the applicant and the officers and everyone else around that table to get better outcomes to what looks like a fantastic, amazing development, and one of, it will be fantastic. But the issue is the impacts to everyone else, as Councillor Williamson has said, and to what we're forcing people to, they may get a house which is $100,000 cheaper, but their lifestyle, hours a day of driving, is not what we need to be doing. So, and I have not put a lens over who the developer is. We shouldn't be doing that under any decision. We have to look at this, that it is not ever been our plan to change this from rural land, but the process will help us get those positive outcomes and to try and address issues that other councillors have mentioned today. So just clarifying again what we're doing here, we will accept this if you vote for this. This is accepting the process. There will be a plan change. Everyone comes around the table then and goes through submission process. Public will have the say. And then what happens is we will then put a submission in through that process we've signalled here on the types of things that will be in that submission. And then it's up to the independent commissioners to either mediate with everyone involved or put out a decision, much like other plan changes have in the past. So I hope that is okay. Thank you for the many questions and the debate around this table. And it's good to hear the passion as well, because the future of our city is important and we should all be passionate about the ups and downs and our views on that. So kia ora. And I will move to a vote. Councillor Baker, you don't want... Cool. All those in favour?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Was there anyone opposed? I didn't. I don't know if he said aye. Councillor Henderson, were you opposed or were you in favour, but I heard you late?
No, I'm in favour, thank you.
In favour. Thank you. Perfect. Well, thank you very much for that. And we will move now to... Oh, that was carried. I think I said that. Now we'll move to item 16, Matthew Bakey and Nick McKenna. We are going to updating the membership of the Climate Action Targeted Rate Governance and Oversight Group because we have a new council and must appoint new members to that group. Brief, I don't think you have a presentation, do you, Matthew? You're just going to briefly update us on the process?
Kia ora koutou. My name is Matthew Blakey. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer at Auckland Council. I'm here today to present to you item 16 on updating membership of the Climate Action Targeted Rate Governance and Oversight Group following the 2022 election. I draw your attention to item 5 or paragraph 5 on the report, which states when the governing body approved the Climate Action Targeted Rate, it agreed that a political governance and oversight group for the Climate Action Targeted Rate be established for the duration of the fund to provide direction in line with the purpose and principles of the targeted rate and to monitor and report on progress. The Governance and Oversight Group has responsibility for overseeing the overall Climate Action Targeted Rate programme, providing direction on specific programmes and projects for Climate Action Targeted Rate funding, reviewing and endorsing any significant changes to programmes and reviewing overall programme delivery. The Governance and Oversight Group needs to act in accordance with the purpose for which the rate was established. On the 28th of July of this year, the governing body agreed that the initial membership of the Governance and Oversight Group consist of the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, the chairs of the Planning, Environment and Climate Change Committee and the Finance and Performance Committee, and an independent Māori statutory board member. It was also agreed that membership would be updated consistent with any changes to the committee structure following the 2022 local government election, which is where we are now. So the Governance and Oversight Group has met once. At that meeting, they approved the governance structure for the group, and also reviewed the programme delivery plans for the climate action targeted rate from Auckland Transport and our urban Mahere team. So we're now at the stage where we are looking to update the membership of that group to reflect the new committee structure. You can see that the updated membership of the Governance and Oversight Group is recommended to consist of the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, the Chair and Deputy Chair of the Planning, Environment and Parks Committee, the Chair and Deputy Chair of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, and an independent Māori statutory board member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will move that recommendation. Could I have a seconder? Councillor Bartley. And we'll go to questions. I just want to also clarify that there is an extra member this time. It was only chairs last time, but I thought it was important for Councillor Dalton and Councillor Fletcher, and I've asked them both a week or two ago if that was okay with them, and they agreed to be added to that. So there is an additional member overall this time, but that's fine. Any questions? Councillor Newman.
Matthew, with respect to the public transport services funded by that rate, final decision will sit with whom?
Through the Chair. So in terms of the public transport services funded by that rate, the changing landscape relating to public transport services will be considered, and scenarios put forward by Auckland Transport, which would be considered by the Governance and Oversight Group for the Governance and Oversight Group to review and endorse those changes. So that the Governance and Oversight Group would have that responsibility in terms of endorsing those changes to any changes, I should say, any potential changes to public transport provision.
So Auckland Transport recommends a change. This will go to that group for consideration. They'd sign it off, but ultimately it's Auckland Transport that has to contract that service in accordance with the hypothecated rate. So, ultimately, the PT services have to be agreed under the RPTP, which is Auckland Transport. So is this different to that?
So this, through the Chair, this group has governance and oversight of the climate action targeted rate, so taking into account any potential changes to public transport provision, they would take into consideration the advice from staff, be that Auckland Transport and Auckland Council staff, and make the decision relating to the endorsement of those changes. So it's to provide that governance and oversight.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any more questions? Otherwise, I'll move to the vote. Perfect. Thank you, Matthew. All those in favour? Aye. Anyone opposed? Perfect. Thank you very much. Awesome. Right, we now move quickly to the item 17. Just get my... okay, we've got Councillor Walker. Hang on, guys, that's not fair to the staff members who have spent a lot of time on this.
Mr. Chairman, I have conflict in one of the applicants I'm a trustee for, so I'm not going to participate in the debate.
You can, and it's up to you, that's up to you to decide that, but you can stay for the debate and just note your conflict with one item, but that's up to you if you don't want to do it.
I'm encouraged to stay, but I won't participate in the vote. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Right, we have Rachel and Erin, and I think Pierre online potentially. If you want to just go through the presentation. Thank you very much.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, councillors, for having us this afternoon. I'm Rachel Callagher, General Manager of Environmental Services, and with me I've got Erin Pettifriend, who's the Senior Grants Advisor who looks after our environmental grants. And the purpose of this item is to seek your approval for the allocation of the 22-23 Regional Environmental Natural Heritage Grant. We do have a short presentation we could run through, just giving you an overview of the grant process and applications, but we're happy to take it as read if that would be your preference. probably the one thing I would draw your attention to if you did want to do that was that when we opened the grant round allowed applicants to apply for multi-year funding. Given the current financial constraints that we're facing, it's our recommendation in our report that we only allocate funds for this current financial year and not into out years. We do still have some multi-year applications from last year that we will need to cover, but we're recommending that we don't enter into further multi-year at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. And I'm disappointed that you can't go through your presentation, but I think I got a audible let's move forward. I guess I have two questions just quickly, and I guess it is on that. So if the mayoral proposal goes ahead with caveat on no grants, will the component funded by the natural environment targeted rate still be available? So it's about just over half of this grant fund, or will there be no grants at all next year?
Yes, so at the moment the draft proposal refers to regionally funded grants being, I guess, put on pause or ceased. That of course doesn't include the natural environment targeted rate, which at the moment is funding around about $300,000 of this particular grant round, and also a separate grant which is called our Community Conservation Facilitation Grant. So it's still a possibility that funding would be available through the targeted rate.
Thank you. And my last question, and I did ask it in the pre-agenda, but just there is a stark difference across the city on where these grants come from. And of course, being from the north, I'm personally happy, but I don't think that is a great way to move forward around equity and spreading that provision. Could you just maybe talk about how we are trying to get that those applications from other areas? Because of course you can only deal with who applies, but I'm worried that potentially that message isn't getting out in other parts of the city, namely the south and west this time.
Thank you. So the purpose of this grant is to fund regionally significant conservation activity delivered through community organisations, private landowners, Māori, marae, organisations other than council essentially, so community-led activity. Of course, the high value or regionally significant ecological asset isn't dispersed across the region in an equitable way. So some areas such as the north do have a large tracts of conservation estate that is subject to community-based management. So that's where you do see, for example, different levels of applications. But one of the things I would say about the assessment process is that we do take that geographic distribution of applications into consideration as part of the moderation process. So we do look to apply an equitable spread of funding across the region, even though, like I said, it will mean that in some cases we do have more funding going into certain parts of the region just because of the regional significance of the particular ecological asset on the ground.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Filipaina, question.
Yeah, Chair, Councillor Fletcher reminded me when she mentioned a possible conflict, and I know that Otahuhu College Board of Trustees is one of the recipients, so I just wanted to get that clarified with you. I don't believe that I have a conflict because it's been, I won't tell how many years I haven't been there, but I just wanted to let you know because that could affect the fact that I've seconded the recommendations, Chair. I'll be guided by you. If you think that there could be, well then I'll remove my name as the seconder for this recommendation.
As far as I know, and I could take advice, but conflicts are down to the member's discretion. So you could note a conflict with one item if you'd like to cover that off at the end.
Yeah,
but I
that'll
don't
be
think
good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Kia ora.
And maybe just send that to Sandra after the meeting. Question, Councillor Watson.
It was just going to be a very quick comment, and notwithstanding your observation, Mr. Chair, I was just going to make a compliment to staff on the wide variety of groups from all across Auckland. When I look at them, I see a pretty good representation from across the board, and I certainly agree with the divide small and serve all philosophy. I'm sure a number of these groups, that's going to make a real big difference to them, so well done. Thank you.
Right, so no more questions. Councillor Walker?
is there any possibility of revisiting the multi-year scenario depending on the budget? And if that were the case, would it be worth having some proviso around that?
I think, that's certainly an option for us, but what might be a preferable way forwards would be to actually just reopen the grant round and then to allow subsequent years as part of that when we did that. So that might be one way forward to deal with that situation.
That being the case, it would be useful to advise applicants around that at an appropriate time.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm sure the staff will be waiting eagerly on our decisions because currently in the mayoral proposal, the grants are reduced to zero, regional grants of all kinds. So that is a discussion for all of us to have how we can either prevent that or take that out to the community and consult on reducing those regional grants. But I agree with the process to not give false hope around giving people expectations about multi-year if we don't know if that's going to happen, so they can try and seek funds from other areas in the meantime. Right, thank you, staff. Huge amount of...
Mr. Chair,
sorry.
Before you dismiss the staff, and I'm not participating on the vote, but may I just take the opportunity, given it's the end of the year, to say how proud I've been of the performance of Rachel Kelleher and the incredible amount of publicity, positive publicity on environmental issues, whether I'm listening to Morning Report or quite where. She's been simply outstanding, and I think a great credit to the council.
Kia ora. 100% agree there, Councillor Fletcher. So I was just about to say similar as to what Councillor Fletcher said. Thank you for all the work on this, but I know that this weaves into much of the work you're all doing right across our 4,000 parks and regional parks, and a lot of work on private property too, because we know that all the birds don't care where the trees are. So thank you. That huge amount of work done on these applications, and I'll get you to step back from the table so we don't debate at you or with you. Kia ora. Right, so we have a mover and a seconder. Anyone speaking? No? Perfect. All those in favour? Aye. Anyone opposed? Great. Thank you. That is carried.
Just on that, I didn't want to make this point on the motion because it's not relevant. But these reports come and we have set the criteria for, how the staff assess, but there's really not a lot of consideration or required at this level. And as I've said to Megan before on some of the other grants, I just don't see the merit in having our staff present that sort of report when there's not really a decision other than saying aye. And I'm just wondering, for the sanity of you as chair and deputy chair and the work program that's going to be immense with 3 committees coming into one, whether some of these things need to be looked at in terms of full delegation, but, on an occasional basis, we set the criteria.
Yes, all those things are being looked at through the work program early in the year. Agree, Councillor. But also that may be a moot point if there are no budgets for grants. So we will discuss those 2 issues separately. Sorry, I've lost my place. We're going to item 18. No, we're going to go to item 19 first because the order makes sense with the confidential. So we'll come to Pearl and Sarah. I'll just give a brief discussion on this one. To introduce yourselves, for those who don't know you.
Kia ora koutou, ko Parul Takuingwa, so I'm Parul Sood and I'm the General Manager for Waste Solutions.
Kia ora, Parul.
Kia ora, ko Sarah Leclerc Takuingwa, and I'm Waste Planning Manager, Waste Solutions.
You just maybe want to discuss what we're deciding here today.
So this item is for the establishment of the re-establishment of the Waste Political Advisory Group. So this has been formed for the last 2 terms, and we're just seeking approval for re-establishing it for this electoral term. It's been an advisory group, a very good sounding board for waste solutions in terms of the development and implementation of the waste plan. And during this political electoral term, we are also reviewing and developing the waste plan or waste management and minimisation plan for 2024. So we're just inviting, we suggest to put forward 3 different options. One is not establishing, one's a smaller group, and one's on the same size as the existing group. And we're just seeking approval of that.
Right, thank you very much. And I put out a expression of interest, I guess. Sorry, it's a long day. And those have come back to me as Deputy Chair, Councillor Dalton, Councillor Ferry, Councillor Filipina, and Andy wants to nominate Greg, but he might need to nominate himself to ensure we have rural, and maybe Greg and Andy could be alternates. But there are at least 2 more positions if anyone at this stage would like to be on it. Okay. Councillor Turner, do we have? Anyone else? It is, I have spoken to the officers around that it won't be a cumbersome role. We will only meet when we really need to. It's not going to be a sort of monthly or bi-monthly exercise. It's about meeting to get high-level observations, feedback and interest, and also being able to hear local board members and Independent Māori Statutory Board thoughts on waste plans and policies, and especially the waste plan changes before it comes to the full committee. Did you want to put yourself on, Councillor Bartley?
Yeah, I don't mind. Do you have someone from the Isthmus or?
No, Councillor Ferry, but.
Oh yeah, Kumananas, I'm happy to come off. I'm not going.
Councillor Fletcher.
I was just conscious that in earlier discussions we've been having on budgets, that Councillor Morris Williamson has had some strong views, and I thought he'd be a useful addition.
Yeah. I won't force anyone onto that, but I think we have.
It's about recycling.
It's about waste, and you're all about waste.
We have 5. We can go with 5 and add someone.
Yeah, I'll go.
Okay, Councillor Bartley.
Okay.
Right, done.
Thank you.
Cool, so I will move the names. I'm sure the local board members are keen to do that again, so they would choose from the Chair's Forum. Was there any questions? Sorry, apologies, I didn't allow questions. Councillor.
Just confirmation of the 5 or 6 that are currently on there, please. Only because Councillor Baker thinks he's off, but I said no.
I'm okay.
No, that's right. I just wanted to confirm that he is. Thank you. And I just presume my right to speak, Chair.
Just move along one of these off.
Cool, well, got a resolution up there. I moved it. Do I have a seconder?
Yep.
Councillor Filipina.
And just a comment, a little comment.
And so if you both, and thank you both for your work as well, and we'll see you at the next item anyway. Thank you.
22nd comment. 1619, when it was brought up, was one of the best advisory groups that we had because we had the opportunity. So I just fully support the people, but also the advisory panel. I think my 20 seconds is up. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Filipina. Are there any other comments? No, thank you. I look forward to working with all of you, and it will be an exciting time in the waste space, as always is. Thank you. All those in favour? Aye. Anyone opposed? Abstentions? No. Carried. Thank you very much. And we will quickly move to item 18, which is a procedural paper to then move into the confidential.
So this is just to say it's procedural paper. They've just got, it's a bit of an overview of the Waste Minimisation and Innovation Fund. And the paper just sets out where the fund money comes from, what the purposes are and who it's directed at, and then before we go into the confidential, the recommendations of the panel. So as you can see from the slide, we allocate $500,000 annually. This money comes from the National Waste Levy and is allocated half of the National Waste Levy, or the money that goes to central government from municipal landfills, comes back to Auckland Council, or our share of it by proportion by population, and we allocate that $500,000 of that to the grant fund as per our waste plan. So it's seed funding for initiatives that support the vision and targets of the Waste Minimisation Innovation the Waste Minimisation and Management Plan, and it's directed at schools, businesses, community, and also Mahere as well. So this year we had 513,165. That money is hypothecated, so if it comes from, if it's any unused money or money that we haven't allocated in the previous year, that gets rolled forward. So we had just over $500,000 to allocate this year for the medium and large grants. Those are all grants larger than $5,000. And we also allocated $67,860 for small grants. Those were the ones for less than $5,000. So this slide just outlines the process that we go through. We launched the grant round in July, and then it's open and give advice, and we have one-on-one support and online workshops and information workshops to try and encourage applicants and support applicants through the process. The fund's open for 5 weeks in August, and then there's considerations, panel assessments, specialist feedback, and workshops throughout September and October. Then we have a recommendations review for the small grants, and that's delegated to Parul Sood, GM Waste Solutions, and then bringing these medium and large grants to the decisions of this committee. So just briefly, we have 4 priority funding outcome areas as listed up there: commercial waste, organic waste, resource recovery, initiatives and facilities, and then community action and behaviour change. And each year we identify 3 priority waste streams that we encourage applications for. We do accept other applications, but for this year it was construction and demolition waste, textiles and organics. Oops. Oops, up on it. No. So, what's it there? Oh, there we go. So the panel puts certain weighting on in the assessment, as you can see up there, waste minimisation being the primary thing that we're focusing on, so that gets a 35% weighting, but we also want to achieve other outcomes and other benefits through the fund. So looking at that community participation and making sure that it aligns with Council's broader strategic aims, particularly around climate change impacts. We have introduced a 10% weighting around Māori outcomes, and previous committee heard about the changes that were made to this fund last year to try and improve that. And then we really want to try and make sure that these are self-sustaining afterwards, so that value for investment is a really important part of the fund allocation, and making sure the quality of the proposal also gets a small weighting as well. What you'll see on the graph on the other side is just gives you that the grants that we've allocated by funding outcome areas, it adds up to more than 100% because many of the projects actually tick more than one box and achieve more than one outcome. So that's why the maths looks like it does. And then just noting below that target of 15% of the funds for projects delivering Māori outcomes by Māori for Māori. And yeah, just so it's a brief overview, but if there are any questions on the process,
any questions on the process before we move to confidential for the applications and approvals? Any questions? Right, so we will move to so this is not a confidential. Right, the move, Councillor Filipina. The second, can we just have those on the screen? Sorry, I'm getting Right. So, Alf and me. All those in favour? Aye. Anyone opposed? No. Thank you. I'll just move the consideration of extraordinary business. There is none.